Back on, welcome back to another day here, the second day of the CranKy Season 2 Group Stage, your new invitational, or Team League Invitational. Let's go. I'm of course VIP with you, and I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos to the second day of our Team League, or Team Show Match Invitational. Show Match Team League Invitational. Here we go. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words a little bit here because it's not quite a league, but it is a multi-day event here. It's going to be lasting all week, and yesterday we were live with day one. We were live with the preliminary stage. This was basically, day one was basically seeding matches. Seeding matches for players, for teams to advance onto the playoffs and for teams to be knocked down to the group stage instead. And here we are live with said group stage. If you're tuning in for the first time, if you're curious what is going on, is this like a replacement to WTL? Not quite. Currently, at least, this is a one-off event. Shout out to CranKy. They are the main sponsors of the tournament. They have partnered, of course, with CranKy to bring this to you here and now. These matches are less than 24 hours old. Bear that in mind. These events were only live streamed and can only be live streamed over on the CranKy platform, which is a competitor to Africa TV/Soup. So it can only be live streamed there, which is why we are streaming via replays 24 hours later, or less than 24 hours later after the fact, here on Twitch, YouTube, and everywhere else. Just as a heads up. When it comes to the format itself, it is going to be an old school Pro League format. Let's quickly head on over and catch up on our first series of the broadcast and go over the format itself. Now again, yesterday we were live with the preliminary stage. We have already wrapped that up, and now we are going live with what? With the group stage. Here we go. So these are the teams that did not get seeded into the playoffs. These are the teams that actually lost their matches yesterday. Which teams exactly? Streamer Zone, Shopify, and Team Vitality. Those are the three teams here that got knocked down, and of those three teams, only one team will advance on to the playoffs. Oh boy. So it is going to be a round robin group stage. Streamer Zone, Shopify, and Team Vitality that will all play against each other in a round robin group stage format, and then at the end of the matches, at the end of the group, we'll be able to determine the top placing team, and they will advance on into said playoffs. When it comes to the matches themselves, you can see them here before you. These are lineups that are submitted ahead of time, so players, they have some time to prepare for their matches. They're aware of the map ahead of time as well, and it is a best of 5, or I say an overall Team League match, best of 5 Pro League format, which means this is a best of 5 constructed by best of 1s. We have Nightmare versus Lambo on Ruby Rock. We have Jumi versus Bjorn in 10,000 feet. We have Nightmare and SOS coming together in a 2v2 format, going up against Harambo with Lambo and Harstem on Gem Garden, and we have Geralt up against Harstem on Andromeda. If we do have an ace match, it's going to be on Tourmaline. If you notice that these are all maps that are featured in the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament, all maps, I mean, voting is already concluded, but these are all basically fresh maps, including the 2v2 map as well. So here we go. Also, as a heads up, just because sometimes this can be a little bit confusing, this is overall a best of 5, that is true, but all initial 4 matches will be played regardless of results. So technically, this series could end in a 4-0. This could end in a 4-0, and the ace match will not be played. If we do end up tied up 2-2, then we will of course have the ace match play out, but otherwise it is going to be a little bit unnecessary here. We could end up with like 4-0s and things of that nature, just as a heads up here when it comes to the overall format, just because these initial matches will be played regardless of score. And again, this will impact overall standings at the end of the group stage, just because we're going to be tallying in, and that can impact breaking ties as well. So that is going to be quite crucial coming into the overall finals, coming into the overall final standings. But there we go. Up first, we have Shopify versus Streamer Zone. Coming into this, Streamer Zone, of course, they are coming in as one of the weaker teams. I didn't actually realize this until we actually had these matches unfold. We did notice it yesterday as well in day one, but I didn't realize that Streamer Zone had purely a Protoss matchup, a Protoss lineup, I should say. They've got Nightmare, Jumi, SOS, Geralt. They've got Lunacy as well. Like, they've got purely Pro. It's like Starlight Twinkle, but international edition. So yeah, I didn't realize how Protoss heavy their lineup was until like seeing it in a Team League format like this. Shopify, of course, a little bit more well-rounded. They do have Scarlett, and she will be competing later on in the broadcast. I believe Scarlett is going to be fielded against Team Vitality if I recall correctly. Yes. So Scarlett, she's gonna be competing later on tonight against Team Vitality, so that is gonna be exciting stuff there. Again, we can go over the other lineups once we get up to them. Here we go. Here we go, as we're jumping into game one. Game one is going to be on Ruby Rock. We're jumping into Nightmare versus Lambo. Oh boy. Alright, jumping in. Into our first game of our Team League match, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, representing Shopify. It is Lambo. Here we go, and again, one game is all you had. What I love about this matchup, of course, is that players, they do have time ahead. They have some time to prepare for their matches. They have some time to devise a plan and to devise some builds as well. I think it's even more crucial just because these are TLMC21 maps, so the maps are a little bit more unique, and I'm sure the players have less experience on the maps as well, so they do have some time to prepare for said map, for said matchup, for said player as well. Initially, Lambo does go for his natural base. Let's go for the unnatural natural, as Nightmare is in position to delay. Welcome to Ruby Rock. The rush distance background of this map is quite short. It is quite short, and I will say that the third base is relatively open. We do have an open third towards the left-hand side. We have an open entrance here on the right, which can actually lead into the natural as well, and another entry point here towards the left-hand side, which will really be used when it comes to aggression. Run-bys potentially can hit that mineral line from that southern side, though, especially bailing run-bys. But as you mentioned, the rush distance by ground is relatively short and relatively direct, as there is no high ground advantage at the third base either. We have seen a lot of 3-base all-ins on this map, and initially I'm going to be expecting a 3-base all-in out of a Lambo. But I also know that Lambo, he has been exploring some of the new aspects of the patch and has been enjoying making use of infestors, making use of ultras, getting into hive tech, and making use of the new microbial shroud. I know he has had a lot of success with that, but how often will he use that? Will he be able to get there is the question. Nightmare is also known for his mid-game aggression. He's not the most passive of player. He's not like a Showtime. He's not like even Creator can at times be a little bit more passive, a little bit more defensive. Nightmare's typically more in your face. We'll see. We'll see how our players do approach this matchup. So now it is going to be a link speed on the way. We pull out a gas, of course, saturating our natural, and soon to be taking a third. At the same time, a Nightmare also setting up at home as well. Stargate is the tech of choice. No surprise there. So Stargate into Oracle into a third base. Everything's looking normal so far from Nightmare. I spoke earlier about 3-base all-ins. I mean, there are 3-base all-ins available for the Protoss as well to be hyper aggressive. So we'll keep an eye on the gateway count and on the gas count at the third base as well for Nightmare to see if he does go for a gateway explosion, to see if he does double down on 3 bases. Otherwise, we are going to be calming down. Again, just droning, just saturating, waiting for the first Oracle to arrive. Until then, we have Adepts that can threaten Shades. We can try to poke in and try to get some scouting information, as the Adepts are just now moving out. 2 Adepts, of course, they can one-shot workers, so this can threaten Lambo, but these should not get much damage. This early on, the Queens and the Lings should be in position, and Lambo should be okay. Same time, Lambo does slip into the natural. Overlord did spot the move out, and Lambo, he will not get a probe. As Lambo goes further in for a full scout. Adepts, they make their way across the map. As he doesn't quite commit. Lambo back at him is getting ready. He, of course, did confirm the Stargate, so Spore is on the way in the main base. We have Queens getting in position as well. We have 2 Queens here at the natural. So far, so good. Lambo does claim his third. And we'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing. Oracle pokes out, gets 1 drone. Just the 1. Gets 1 drone kill, pulls away. Second Oracle has arrived. It is going to be early Eva Chamber at Lambo. This screens +1 melee. This typically indicates that we're going to be skipping roaches, or if we do get a safety roach warren, we don't really intend on investing into roach production. This looks like +1 melee, typically into Ling Hydra, but in the latest patch we have seen a rise in popularity of going Ling Bane. Ooh, a station trap goes off. No reaction out of Lambo. Ay, Lambo, he was otherwise distracted by the other Oracle. A big misstep here, and a good third of his mineral line gets caught out. Not bad. 5 drones get caught. Queen as well. Plus on melee has begun. As we mentioned, again, it's going to be for a Ling heavy style. Whether it's Ling Bane or Ling into Hydra, yet to be determined. Meanwhile, Twilight Council in the Forge. Standard follow-up here out of Nightmare. We're expecting Blink, as he does now move out with his wave of adepts. Now remember, these are vanilla adepts. They've just been spotted by Lambo. Lambo is aware. Lings are amassing. Queens are coming forward. Remember, there's no safety roaches here to defend against this. Just Ling Queen. And again, it's only 6 adepts, so they shouldn't get too much done here. They poke in, they zone away. We committed to the main. Drones, again, they're a little bit late to react, but only 2 drone kills, so nothing major. And Lambo should defend. Yeah, he will defend. So only 2 drone kills. One adept barely tries to get away. Lambo is on the chase. Behind this, we have our upgrades. And Nightmare is actually taking up. Okay, he's taking up in towards Storm. So he's not going for a 3-way soul in. It does mean that Nightmare most likely will be taking his gases. Getting into the mid game. The Nest has been thrown now for Lambo, so he is playing Ling Bane into most likely Hydra. I did mention earlier that Lambo in recent times he has been known to embrace and go into Hive into Ultra Tech in this matchup. We'll see if he gets there. For now, he's on the way. And the question is going to be, after we get this Hydra Den, do we follow this up with Lurker Tech or with Hive Tech? If at all. As Lambo's getting his 4th base, he's cutting workers, massing up with the Lings. We do see Nightmare pushing in. Blink is not yet done, and Nightmare, he is vulnerable. As Ling's actually getting across the map. Storm is not done. Yeah, Storm isn't ready. No energy for a recall. Shield battery is going to go down. Nice pick up here by Lambo, and Nightmare is racing back home with the Oracles. At the same time, Stalkers they move in, but there are Lings at him to defend. Lambo's supply block though. Yeah, Lambo's supply blocked. Probes they try to pull away. That's going to be 6 probes going down. We get some decent damage here by Lambo. And again, he does at least alleviate that pressure. At least he does force Nightmare back. This entire time, Nightmare could have been threatening the bases. Lambo is holding on. He's droning up to 80. So it's getting up to 4 base saturation. Droning up. Nightmare, he's getting his, or he's claiming his 4th base. Lambo, at this point, I believe he's almost done droning. He's getting up to 82 workers, massing up his Ling, Bane, Hydra, and he's pushing. He's pushing. The goal here is for Lambo to max out and to break Nightmare. Now, we spoke earlier how open the 3rd base is. Likewise, the 4th base. I mean, the bases themselves are relatively close together. We have some decent Sim City here. We are lacking some Storms on the right-hand side, so Storms, the High Templar out of position. And Nightmare, he has to pull away. Oof. A bit of a late blink. And with that High Templar, the Ling Hydra's going to get out of hand. It's going to get out of control. There we go, the High Templar do rotate. Nightmare, he actually brings his entire army together. That means if there is a run by, he won't really have much to defend. But here come the Storms. High Templar somewhat exposed. First Storm is decent. Another Storm zones away, and we get a Storm on the Bailey's, but they should finish up in time. Oh, never mind. Barely not. Whew. Again, that was close. Bailey's, they almost did finish. And Nightmare takes a pretty strong fight. And thankfully he does back off. If he kept pushing, he could have gotten surrounded. Would have overextended. So he pulls away, takes a defensive stance here at his 4th base. We only have 1 shield battery, so we're lacking shield batteries here. bearing in mind the Lambo he's committing. Again, it's kind of like a quote-unquote lair tech all-in. There's no gases at the 4th base. The 5th base has no lava. Sorry, has no droning, I should say. He has no further tech, no hive, no lurkers, no nothing. Just pure Lingbane Hydra. Just pure lair tech. Now what this means is that as the game goes on, as Nightmare defends, he's getting better and better. Like his army is just getting stronger over time. He's getting perfected. Bangs, they do roll in. Get 2. Get 2 Templar go down. Oh no! Every Templar falls. So yeah, massive connections. No more storms. And with that, Lambo, he's done it. Lambo, he has done it. That was what, 6 High Templar going down with lack of storms. There's no defending this. And Lambo, he has successfully broken the 4th base. Nightmare, unfortunately, he was unable to protect his High Templar. He was lacking those storms. Tries to recall, but he cannot get away. And Lambo, no, he recalls to the base. No, recalls the 4th base. GG gets called, and Lambo, he will snowball out of control. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And again, this kind of aggressive build, this kind of all-in play does work that much stronger here on Ruby Rock. There's a lot of these maps where they have a shorter rush distance by ground, they're a little bit more accessible. Ruby Rock is one of them. Initially, Nightmare, he had a really impressive defense. I'm referring to the moment where he was able to catch the Banelings morphing in the center of the map, but as he pulled back, his follow-up was lackluster. Whether it came to lack of shield batteries, more importantly, lack of SimCity. What was at his 4th base? A pylon and a shield battery. Typically, you do need extra gateways, extra shield batteries, extra pylons, just so you can create these choke points, create these funnel points where you can storm and shut down attempted Lingbane diving on your army. Alas, the 4th base was completely open. Very minimal buildings, very minimal SimCity, very minimal ways to deal with that kind of onslaught of zone. GG. So GG, well played. With that, Lambo does take the first game in the series, and with that, Shopify take a lead. And we'll see if Streamer Zone can bring it back. Oh boy. We'll see if they can bring it back here. As up next, we do have our next pairing of players. We have our next setup. Our next players do rise up to the challenge here. It is going to be Björn. Björn is going to be going up against Jimmy in another best of 1. I believe this one is going to be on 10,000 feet. Another rush map. This is even more aggressive than Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock, it does have a shorter rush distance by ground. It does have a more exposed, like 3rd and 4th bases are a little bit more open. Here, the rush distance by ground is even shorter than that, and the 4th bases are even more exposed. The 3rd base feels a little bit more defendable depending on which 3rd base you take. We'll get into it as we are loading into 10,000 feet. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. We go. Now, what I will say is I'm a little bit concerned for Streamer Zone, just because we said this yesterday, actually. Nightmare is the ace player. Like, Nightmare, he is the best player on Streamer Zone, and hey, he had a decent showing against Lambo, but like, he is the player that you have to rely upon to kind of take charge, take the lead, and really kind of spearhead your team and spearhead the rest of your players coming into this Team League match. For Nightmare to lose that first game, it is a really big blow, and you're asking a lot of the rest of your players here. So the pressure is on 10,000 feet, not just because they're down in the series, but because it was Nightmare that did lose the first game. So, oh boy. Again, the pressure is now on Jimmy. Jimmy is typically hyper-aggressive, unlike Nightmare, who was a little bit more defensive, a little bit more reactive to Lambo. Here, especially in this matchup, I expect to see Jimmy be in the face of Björn. For now, though, this is a brutal start. So if you remember, we spoke about this map. Short rushes by ground, the 3rd base is a little more exposed. We get the eBay block, a very well-placed eBay block. Now we scout, now we confirm, and Jimmy, it's such a late expansion. Yeah, he pulls the boys, Zealot is on the way. I was about to say that Jimmy, he can't expand at the 3rd location as a natural, like the base is just so exposed and so wide open, and he agrees. He has to deal with this instead. He has to pull the boys, focus on the eBay. We can see that Björn is getting a little bit more progression as much as he can without finishing. Oh, just that little bit of extra HP. And Jimmy, he starts things off with a deficit. Ay, ay, ay. Again, that's 7 probes off the mineral line. Zealot has arrived, and Beyond does cancel. And finally, Jumi can expand. But again, Jumi, this is so much lost mining time. Now I can pull back. And Beyond back at him, he's just chilling. Getting a CC on the high ground. Getting into his own factory follow-up. Jumi now does expand, but again, a rocky start for the Protoss. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this, but not like this. Meanwhile, as we're getting into this, a big shout out to White Puma in the chat. God, my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I do apologize if the alert didn't go off. I don't think it did. If it did, I missed it, so I do apologize. So Jumi does pick up the ramp, does have to threaten. As he can attempt to bait out the shot here with a Zealot. Yo, we got the repairs, let's go. Este bien. Comes in, repairs said Widow Mine, just maintains its position, and can soon start to move out. Here comes the medevac, soon to be for drop play. Likewise, we have our take of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Jumi, heading into Blink. I'm assuming Blink, as I mentioned before, Jumi, he is known to be more aggressive in this matchup. I see in this matchup, in general, Jumi, he's an animal. And he's willing to be much more in your face and very all-in at times. Do we dare open charge? Where are you taking us? Going for Blink. Okay, going for Blink. We'll keep an eye on the gateways. So far, we have a second gateway on the way. We'll see if we go up to 3 or 4 gates. We'll see how committed Jumi's going to be on 2 bases. Speaking of, there's that 3rd gateway. 3rd gateway is being taken. We have yet to take the gases at the natural. We'll keep an eye on Jumi. At the same time, here comes the drop. Ideally, they would have mind zones away the gateway units and the Marines to just go to town in the mineral line on those probes. Okay, here comes the 3rd gas geyser. Drop comes in. Oh. Gets him to the high ground, denies mining. Ooh, doesn't want to waste a shot. Nice on burrow here out of Yun. It does on burrow. The Watermine does not manage to burrow in time, though. And Jumi defends. Jumi does defend. He will lose 1 probe, I believe. And just 1 worker, if that. Beyond, he does get a scout off. He does get eyes on the gateways. He's aware. Sees all the gateways, sees all the gases. Ooh, the medevac is going to be shut down. A bit of an extension here from Bjorn. Yes, Bjorn, he does get a lot of scouting information, but this was an expensive scout for Bjorn. Did deny some mining, of course, did kill a probe, but alas, as we mentioned, quite expensive. I'll say that's a nice little win here for Jumi, and behind this, he is going to be expanding. So 3rd base is on the way, so 3-gate Blink into a 3rd, and then going straight in towards Colossus production. We'll see if he can stabilize. We'll see if he can survive long enough to build up his Colossus count. Again, the pressure is still on Jumi. Bjorn is still at the advantage. Going for his own Raven harass. At the same time, back at home, Bjorn is building up his tanks, working towards Stim. Bjorn, he is renowned for being a little more passive and a little more defensive in TVP. That is true. Like we've pointed out time and time again. For whatever reason, this year he has kind of taken a bit of a different approach to the Terra versus Protoss matchup. But on this map, especially with the momentum that he has, there is going to be a window in time where Bjorn can push and can look to end the game. So far, he gets 3 probe kills. Oh, Raven is going to get sniped. Nice pick up that of Jumi. That was not quite worth it for Bjorn. A Raven for only 3 workers. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Bjorn, he sees. He knows. Up. Observer, get out of here. Observer does pull away. You can see Bjorn giving chase. And Bjorn is going for his 3rd. Yeah, as we mentioned, like Bjorn, he's known to slow things down a little more in this matchup. He can still move out with his upgrade timing, don't get me wrong. With Stim, Combat Shields +1, I think he should. But he's not doubling down on 2 bases. He's not pulling like a Cure or a Bunny, who would often just commit and pull the boys. Meanwhile, Sidegun Harass does come in. Gets a couple workers. Once again, though, is going to be cornered and should be shut down. Sidegun does fall. At least Beyond gets eyes on saturation, gets eyes on the third base. The Colossus is slowly building up. We're getting there. So here comes Beyond. Setting up the center. Ideally wants to bait the Stalkers in. Oh! Does get a shut off. Just the one. As the upgrades are complete for Beyond here, and we'll see if he does commit to his push. The Observer does spot this. Jimmy's aware. He's ready. Doesn't quite get the medevac, but doing the best he can to slow down this push. Gets a medevac. Beyond overextends. Gets two. Two medevacs go down. Decent pickups here by Jimmy. Oh, what about the main army? Tanks are moving in. Charge is done. Diving on the tanks, not bad. Getting one, getting two tanks already, or three. Yeah, three tanks getting caught on siege. Massive pickups. And Jimmy takes the fight. He takes the fight. You could argue maybe chasing a little bit too far away from his Colossi, but he gets another medevac. And Jimmy fights well. Gets the final medevac. Oh my god. Jimmy! Calm down, buddy. Calm down. Cleans up with the bio as well. Beyond plummets in supply. Again, a brutal fight for Beyond. Got caught on siege. Of course, shout out to the Observer for Jimmy as he saw the entire move out ahead of time. Picked off the medevacs, which led into this kind of game state where Beyond kind of escaped, leading out so much supply. And Jimmy just keeps on going. Oh, that would calm down. It's up to 3 Colossi. He can hold his own. Again, behind this, his tank count was reset. Viking production just now has begun. And this is one of those games where you understand where Beyond's PTSD comes from. Now, where we saw the extreme of that, of course, with Beyond versus Hero on Mothership, where Beyond, he's like, look, if I ever attack in TVP, I just die. So like, why attack? it's like, you know what? I understand where you're coming from, Beyond. Like I know. As Beyond is forced to pull some of the boys, SCVs are going to be going down. He's pushing into 3 Colossi though. Nice juggling out of Jimmy. Does juggle back, but there's not enough of a gateway army. Just a handful of zealots. Not much support. And no anti-air. Yeah, no anti-air. Oh! Ooh, escapes the 2 Colossi. Barely gets away. But again, he had no Stalker support. And it was Jimmy's turn to overextend. Well, it's Jimmy's turn. Here he is expanding, getting his own 4th base, building up towards extra splash damage. He has Colossi, yes, but now time to work towards Storm. Incorporate both. And from here, the game will slow down. Oh, siema, papi, siema. Dzień dobry. Beyond, he does move out. He's built up to how many Vikings? So far 4, soon to be 8. Making 4 Vikings at a time. Likewise, the anti-air is still lacking here for Jimmy. He's got an Archon, he's got a handful of Stalkers. But Zelda can have their way with this. Never goes up. Cool. Decent connection. Does graze the army. Yeah, picks up a decent chunk of Marauders. Once again, Jimmy, he's got to be careful. Oh no, a bit of miscontrol, he rallies the Stalkers in. Yeah, a bit of a move command instead of an A move. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, so some rough miscontrol. Colossus is going to be going down as well. And Beyond here, this time he has done it. He has done it. Impressive that Jimmy survived and was able to shut down the earlier attack. But Beyond his own economy has been untouched. and even superior to that of the economy of Jumi. So he's able to rebuild and remake faster. Now waddling in. And this time he will not be stopped. Ice Baby Zoot! Decent Nova. Nova goes up, but there's nothing else behind this. 1 Immortal, 2 Stalkers, GG gets called, and Björn, he will take the game. He'll extend the lead in the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Björn. He will take it. Definitely some rough moments for Björn, but he had a really nice start. Remember, Björn, he was able to deal some nice economic damage, able to build up towards that stim and +1 timing as well. Like, he was also able to delay the natural base for so long for Jumi. So Björn, he had a decent start, but he did end up losing a lot of his lead when it came to the eventual tank move out. The first push with 3 tanks across the map, he lost all the tanks, he lost all the marines, he lost all the medevacs as well. It was a very expensive loss there for Björn. Thankfully, as we mentioned, Jumi never dealt any harassing damage. There was no run-bys, counterattacks, drop play, the economy was untouched, and by the end of the game, the reality is that Björn did have the superior economy to Jumi, so despite those losses, he could still sustain them. He could sustain those losses, he could rebuild, and was able to keep himself going. GG. GG, well played. With that, Björn does extend the lead here for Shopify, and oh boy, it's been a rough start here for Streamer Zone. As we mentioned, like the Streamer Zone, they're coming in as the underdogs as a team. We spoke earlier as well how Nightmare losing the first game was a really rough start as well. I do feel like they did need him to kind of set the tone, set the stage, and kind of take charge of the series for them. And now we're on, in a way, match point. Remember, this is a best of 5, so 1 more game is all that Shopify needs to claim the series, and we're getting ready for the best part, the 2v2s, papi. Let's go. It is going to be Harambo. Now, Lambo and Harstem, the scary thing here is that Lambo and Harstem, they have a lot of experience with 2v2s, right? They stream a lot together, they do a lot of content together, and they also competed together in the Thermal 2v2 League, right? They did compete together, so they have a lot of experience, and I would say they are most likely the best 2v2 team in the league in this tournament. There are some arguably better 2v2 players individually, but they're not necessarily with their teammates. What I'm getting at is, remember, who are the other top teams in 2v2? Clem and Trigger, but Clem is on Team Liquid, Trigger's on Basilisk. They cannot play together in this tournament. Likewise, who else do we have? Spirit and Max. Well, neither of them are part of these teams, so neither of them are here, right? So with these other like big top teams, another one that comes to mind is Gigi Machine and Shameless. They're also very good, very powerful. They're not here either. I'm thinking of players like Nickrat and Geralt, also not here as they're not on the same team. So because a lot of these other like 2v2 pairings and 2v2 notorious teams are not on the same team together, they're not competing in this league, this is where Lambo and Harstem can thrive, right? Like they've got that experience, they've got the builds, they've got the synergy as well. They're synced up, baby, they're synced up. And we'll see if Nightmare and SOS can bring it to them. It's gonna be a tall ask. Oh boy. So best of luck to Nightmare and SOS, as again, they have, from my understanding, I believe they've never competed in a 2v2 tournament together. Unfortunately, a lot of the Koreans are very inexperienced in 2v2 events, and they're most likely very inexperienced with the 2v2 meta as well. So yeah, that's also going to be a bit of a disadvantage for them. There are some Terran players that have more experience, but once again, they're not on the same team. Like I'm thinking of Björn and Percival. Björn and Percival, they played together. They're not on the same team, so they can't show up. Likewise, Gumiho and Ryung, they also did 2v2s together, and they're also not on the same teams. Just like we had a lot of fun covering Maru and Ryung playing together for the first time, and it was definitely something. But here we go. We're jumping into our next set here. We're jumping into our 2v2, loading into Gem Garden. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom, oh sorry, on the right side of Gem Garden, we do have the Shopify Rebellion team. We have the duo. We have Lambo and Harstem. We have Harambo. Beautiful. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the double Protoss team, the teal and blue Protoss, SOS and Nightmare, representing Streamer Zone. Here we go. And again, Shopify, they're up 2-0. One more win is all they need to claim this series, to claim this initial match. First things first, Harstem does move out this probe, and we'll see if he's able to pylon block their opponents and delay the expansions. We have seen that already here in the 2v2s. This can be very annoying to deal with. Trigger was able to pull that off when he was playing the Basilisk 2v2 matches. We'll see if Harstem does something similar. At the same time, Lambo does go hatch first. So standard opener here out of a Lambo, and Harstem does move in, and it should be looking to delay the expansions. Do you see Nightmare walling up here on the high ground? As there is, yep, there we go, pylon blocks. As we mentioned, Trigger did the same thing. It does feel like the go-to, does feel like the meta, to just pylon block, delay the expansions, and delay the economies for the opposing Protoss players. There you can see SOS here. Pylon does finish. SOS, he just wants to expand. When it comes to Gem Garden, welcome one and all. This is one of the TLMC maps, one of the new team game maps in the map pool that's going to be added to the ladder map pool. We do have some tumors leading into the main base that leads into this pocket area where you do have 2 fresh expansions. I say pocket area because we have double layering of rocks coming in towards the top side, and we have a mineral wall here towards the center as well. So this area is fully walled off. There's a lot of layers of protection, so trying to all in and trying to rush from here does seem quite difficult. Now, do you remember what Harstem did the last time he played with Lambo? Well, Harstem went for a 1 base 8 gate all in, and what did Lambo do? Lambo, he just fed him. Lambo's like, open up, and he just fed Harstem as much as he could take. He took it all, Pappy, and Harstem basically, he went 1v2. He went 1v2, 1 base, I think it was a 10 gate all in actually. Like a 1 base 10 gate all in. With the boosted economy, because Lambo was of course sharing resources. We'll see if we do something similar here. It did seem quite powerful. And Lambo's taking another base. So even though you might look at this, you might be like, hey, Harstem, he's laying the expansions of their opponents, that's true, but Harstem's still only on 1 base. I mean, I believe the plan is to feed him. This is something that we did not feature in the 2v2 league. If you remember, in Euthermal's 2v2 league and 2v2 circuit, they kind of got rid of this style by removing the ability to feed. As they played on a mod. They didn't remove the ability. I should emphasize, they increased the time that it takes for you to be able to feed. Basically, there's an in-game clock, there's an in-game timer, and once that timer expires, then you can start feeding your opponents. And they extended that with a mod. But Harstem, he does take his natural. Okay, so Harstem, he's finally expanding, which means that's most likely, I mean, we have link speed. Yeah, link speed is on the way, so Lambo, he's going to be taking part in this initial 2v2 this time. We're not just going to feed Harstem. File a council for our Protoss. Lings, they try to keep up with the Adepts. Shading into the main. When it comes to our tech of choice, SOS is going into a Stargate, so Stargate open out of SOS, and meanwhile we do have extra gateways out of Nightmare, and no one expands. Yeah, Nightmare and SOS, no one's expanding. We're going for the proxies, 1 base all in. 1 base all in, out of streamer zone, it's all or nothing. We'll see if they can break Shopify. Let's go. It's gonna be Mass Stalker. There's no blink, of course, no blink, no upgrades. Lambo and Harstem, they have not scouted. I'm sure they're somewhat aware that there's no expansion at least. Ooh, now he knows. Yeah, now he knows. Now he does realize. Army's coming together. Ooh, everyone's being shut down. Lambo, supply block. Massive supply block for Lambo. Lambo can't make anything. So now he has to kind of trade resources. Do something with his economy. Yeah, brutal supply block. Likewise, Mass Stalker's moving in. Again, there is no blink. The Oracles, they come in to support. Lings, they get shut down. And this may just be too much. Yeah, Harstem expanded. Lambo was droning. They were building up towards a longer game state, and it took them so long to confirm the all-in. Okay. Streamer zone, they're popping up. And they may have struggled in the 1v1s, but SOS and Nightmare, they commit to the 1 base all-in. They overwhelm the Lings, they overwhelm the Stalkers, and they should be able to break Shopify. Let's go. Let's go. I love how essentially Nightmare and SOS, they were like, you know what, you're going to block our bases, we're just not going to expand. We just won't expand. And hey, if you're not going to scout us, then, I mean, that's going to be game. It's going to be game here. As the Nexus is going to fall. Hatchery as well. Lambo, he has built up a decent amount of links. He's going for the counterattack, trying to depower the gateways. Okay. Delay reinforcements, which is great and all, but even without reinforcements, I don't think these soldiers can be dealt with. There's just so many of them. As they're making their way over towards Lambo's natural, or his third base. Where do we find it? Lambo, he will preserve some of those drones, but the hatchery will go down. At the same time, Lambo going for a massive counterattack. That's a lot of Ducklings, but there are oracles to defend. And these oracles, they just go to town. Jesus, so many Zerglings going to be falling. They can maybe force a cancel. Nah, not even. Oh. They head on over to Nightmare's base. Sorry to SOS's. They do force a cancellation. So nicely done here by Lambo. At the same time, Harstem did go Dark Shrine. Did go for DTs. Did go for the Dark Shrine. They're breaking out. Yeah, we're getting a little bit messy here. Hey, no detection for the Protoss army. We need the Oracle. Ooh, but Harstem's getting caught. Harstem bleeding out more Stalkers. More Stalkers going down. And yeah, this is still just a bit of an awkward engage. Nightmare and SOS, they still have the greater armies. Oh, we can see Lambo coming in for the surround though. Okay. There's Revelation. Okay, there's Revelation, which means where's the Pulsar Beam? Yeah, we have that much less energy. Forcing a recall. Whew. He does recall away. Oh no! The Oracle's left idle. One Oracle goes down. These Oracles, they do matter. At least until there's an Observer. Okay, we have a back and forth. So a couple of things here. Lambo, he saved the base. He saved the expansion. He did lose a lot of drones, unfortunately. He lost a lot of workers, so his economy is crippled. But once again, he does force a cancel. Likewise, Harstem also with a crippled economy here, just trying to get his own natural base up and running. But they did survive, and their main bases were left untouched. Okay. So the game is going to slow down. I thought that SOS and Nightmare, they'd be able to just break the natural and then push into the main, but they did decide to back off and go for the third base of Lambo instead, and not push up into said main base. So with that, Harstem and Lambo, they survive. They live to fight another day. And we'll see if that. Oh, we'll see if they can recover. Lambo this entire time has been joining up. Selected with these Zerglings. We have a Dark Shrine for SOS. Uh-oh. Oof. Yeah, at least they called out. Brutal pickups. Lambo has to pull back, getting a fourth expansion. Lambo's still trying to re-drone. Lambo's on 36 workers, likewise so is Harstem. SOS and Nightmare still also building up themselves. Nightmare is being active. Very nice force field. But Nightmare is on his own. He has to be careful. His army gets spotted. Yeah, he got spotted. Harstem and Lambo, they respond. They react. There's the ping. Nightmare is on his own. He has to get out of here. And I'm hoping he has a recall. Force fields can buy some time. There's the recall. And we'll lose one Stalker. Oh, two. So two Stalkers go down. Force the recall back home. And this means that Harstem and Lambo, they're free to expand. They're free to expand. They've realized, okay, we have map control. SOS and Harstem, they did back off. Behind the spores are in the Zerg bases, at least, most of them. Meanwhile, Harstem, does he have detection? Oh, we have an overseer. Okay, there's an overseer. DTs there waddle in. Oh! Yeah, they're one within range. And Dark Templar are going to be going down. And they are revealed. We can see Lambo trying to open up the back door. He'll get there eventually. Again, double layered rocks. Crazy. They'll eventually break in. And the game is somewhat slowing down. I do give the edge to Harstem and Lambo as they have been greedier, so they have a stronger economy. Lambo's on 4 bases, now getting a 5th expansion. Oh. Meanwhile, Harstem's on 3. Nightmare's still on 2, and SOS just now claiming his own 3rd base as well. So economically, again, Shopify, they're looking good, looking solid. We do have Disruptors building up for Nightmare, and Disruptors, they can make up for an otherwise smaller army. That is true. Disruptors have potential. No Bailey Nest. I was hoping there was a Bailey Nest here for Lambo so you could just like try to bust into that wall. Oh, actually, never mind. Just going past the wall entirely. Okay. I mean, that works as well. Setting up the link drop that was spotted. Yeah, links, they won't achieve too much. They will at least distract Nightmare. Should say distract SOS. Link's collapsing in. Oh. They do try to give it to this around. Bit of an awkward engage, but a better trade here for Lambo. Shuts down the main army. Again, there's no splash damage. Disruptors are too far behind. Oh, there it goes off. Nice connection. Very nice. Oh no, another Nova. Jesus. Yeah, Lambo not quite paying attention. He was attracted by his own lings. Busting into the main. And he does create an opening. That's what's important here. There is now an opening. Harstem pushing in as well. Opening up that wall. Does pull away. This entire time still just mass ling at a Lambo. It's impressive that Lambo, he has not gone for any tech whatsoever. I believe the rationale for this, like he's mining gas. Like Lambo, he's been mining gas, but I believe he's giving a lot of his gas to Harstem. We spoke earlier about trading resources. As Lambo's been very ling heavy, taking him towards Hive, and this should be towards Ultra Tech. Harstem does get into the mineral line. Main armor's out of position. Out of position. Brutal damage here. Probes are going down. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. There's no quite connect. As things to get into another base. Another expansion. They try to focus on the Nexus. This is not going to be worth it though, as he will not get it. Nexus will survive. That was a big loss there for Lambo. Throwing away a lot of supply. Meanwhile, the Hive is done. We've got Vipers on the way for Lambo. Still waiting for the Ultra Cavern, as we have yet to throw down that tech. There it is. Ultra Cavern's down on the way. Lings, they come in for a flank. The Novas! Oh my god, no major connections. Nice splits. And nice splits does avoid. And with that, Lings, they collapse in. Things are almost cracked. Almost. But nice rounds here. Looks down the Archons. Cleans up most of the army. Lings, I mean, they're doing such a great job just being a supportive unit here to just interfere, to lock down some of these units. Take away the kiting potential to allow Harstem to keep up. And with that, wow, the turnaround, the comeback. I mean, again, SOS and Nightmare, they almost won this. They almost won this game at the beginning. As we mentioned before, they successfully broke the main army. They successfully caught to Harstem and Lambo with their pants down. Lambo was supply blocked. Harstem was being greedy, and they lost their naturals, and they made a choice. They made a choice. They made a choice not to push into the main base. They pushed instead towards the 3rd base of Lambo, which means they're able to buy some time, and Harstem and Lambo, they take it. GG. GG. Well played. Harstem and Lambo, they will take the game and take the series for Shopify. GG, well played. An impressive recovery there from Harstem and Lambo. Again, they were in a brutal position, down and out, losing their natural bases. They had a smaller army as well. Again, I do believe that if Nightmare and SOS decided to push up into the main base, they could have successfully broken that main. Remember, a lot of the supply for Lambo was across the map because he was trying to go for unbiased to make sure that there was no expansion, at least. I mean, there was none, at least not at the time. Harstem, he barely have an army either. Because Lambo was across the map, he couldn't support Harstem if they tried to push into the main base, so it came down to some of the decision making there for Team Streamer Zone, and alas, they played it safe. You know, the safe thing to do in that position is kill the third and just contain the opposing team on one base, and in the end they failed to break the third base as there was a lot of chaos ensuing as time was bought, and GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Shopify for claiming the win here. But as I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, we will still be playing out that final game between Geralt and Harstem. True. We still have that final game. Un momento. As I mentioned before, this is going to be important in regards to just overall standings and overall map score as well. It's going to be important as this is a round robin group stage, and every map, every score, every point does count. As we are loading into the final game of the series. Final game of the series, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Andromeda, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. We'll see if he can put a point on the board. We'll see if he can fight back for his team. It is a Geralt. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Shopify, the land of the Netherlands. It is Harstem. Go. And again, it is always a little bit awkward. It is always a little bit difficult to be in Geralt's position where, I mean, you could argue it either way, right? Where maybe you're feeling a little bit deflated just because your series and your game matters a little bit less, as it's been a rough series and Shopify have already won. Otherwise, you could argue that maybe there's less pressure, right? There's less pressure, you know, that has been alleviated off the shoulders of Geralt. You know, he can play a little bit more freely here. He can play at his best. There we go. So now we have a mirrored builds. 2-gate opener out of Harstem, 2-gate opener out of Geralt. So far, so good. Hello, Harstem. As he does move out the probe, it looks like he plans on hiding a pylon, and based on his positioning here, it's going to be a fake proxy pylon. We saw something very similar yesterday, actually, in yesterday's matches from Harstem as well. He was able to force an overreaction, able to fake out his opponent. As Geralt is in the main base, and Geralt, he knows that a pylon is missing, he knows that something is wrong. We know that it's a fake proxy, that it's a pylon not just on Harstem's side of the map, but Geralt is unaware. And we'll see if Geralt overreacts. If you recall, this happened between Skillis and Harstem in Team Liquid versus Shopify. I believe it was Skillis. With Skillis, he kind of took the baits, and he did overreact. Harstem pokes in, sees all 3 pylons. Already defensive play here by Geralt. He's playing scared. Does scout nearby for proxy locations. He's looking for the pylon. Checks on the left, opens up double stalker, opening up with a 3rd and 4th stalker as well. Likewise, 3rd pylons in the main base. He's not set up to expand. He can still take a nexus, of course, but it's going to be more delayed, and likewise, it's going to be less of a defensive position there. As Geralt, he's still looking, still searching, and he will get the nexus. Okay, so thankfully Geralt doesn't overreact. He's still searching, but we got the probe on the top side, we got both stalkers towards the south as well, and by this point Geralt should be relatively safe and secure, recognizing, hold up, you're nowhere near me. It was a fake out. As we settle into this, Harstem does have a slightly faster expansion as a result. Likewise, because his own pylon was on the low ground, he does have a better defensive setup here with a shield battery. Geralt's, his is going to be later. And we have faster tech for Harstem as well, opening up Robo. Okay. The Robo has been thrown down. Harstem is building up his immortal counts a bit. Typically, when you go for a robo opener like this, it does give you a big power spike early on, and it allows you to be more defensive. The downside, of course, is your lack of map awareness and map control. Unlike going for a Blink or going for a Stargates, Harstem is going to be stuck at home. He doesn't have the mobility or flexibility the Blink Stalkers do allow you to have. Now, Harstem, he can turn this into a 2-base all-in. Winding it back, we didn't actually get to talk about the map itself. Welcome to Andromeda. Andromeda does have a very short rush distance by ground. From third base to third base, it's very short, and all-ins are favorite here. Harstem gets in, probes are going down. This is getting out of hand. Yeah, 4 or 5 probe fields at the same time. Geralt also gets in. Okay, we have a back and forth. Probes are falling, both players making mistakes, and both players will lose at 5 probes. Ooh, 6. So Geralt's slightly ahead in that. Does kill an extra worker. So he does pull his armor together. Extra gateways are on the way. But as we were getting at here, specifically from our triangular third base here to triangular third base, again, very short rushes by ground. Aggression is favored here, but looks like Harstem is planning to expand. As Harstem, he chose not to get a Twilight Council, chose not to go into charge or glaives. Uh-oh. The army is a little bit split. Pushing up a ramp. And nice pick up here by Geralt. Nicely done. Ooh, he'll lose the Stalker himself, but did cost Harstem some force fields. Nice follow-up force field, though. Okay. The control. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Jesus. As the force fields dominate, and with that, Geralt, he will lose almost the entire army. Ay. Prism is out across the map, but Harstem does not expand. It's time to reinforce, time to warp in. Remember, behind this, he has 4 gates. He has 4 gateways up and running. He commits across the map, and Geralt, he is hurting. He's in danger. He has a third of the supply. A third of the army supply. Oh, as he warps in. From here, he's going to be forced back, and Harstem can just snowball out of control. He can just snowball out of control from here. He can force his way in. He's got 2 immortals once again. Nice force field. Blink this time is done. But you can see just how dominant force fields are pre-blink. And Harstem has done it. At this point, he has done it. Stutter steps in. Takes down the battery. Zoning away those Stalkers. And Geralt, he will lose a natural. Boys are being pulled. Geralt trying to dive in. He will go for the Prism. The Prism is gonna go down. But at what cost, Pappy? At what cost? As he will lose the base, he'll lose the middle line. GG gets called, and Harstem, he will claim the series. He will clean up, and we're gonna have a clean sweep here for Shopify, 4-0. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Shopify. They did come in as the favored team, but there were definitely opportunities here for Streamer Zone, and I was most surprised by the 2v2, by Nightmare and SOS. Honestly, they had a really strong start, a really strong early game as well, going for the 1-base all-in. Again, they had they were doing so much damage, they had the potential to break Shopify, but they barely did not. They did decide to pull away. They played a little bit more safer, a little bit more conservatively, and with that, Shopify did recover. Harstem and Lambo did bring it back. They brought it back. Then also, of course, Lambo, Harstem, and beyond, they were able to win their respective games and respective matches in those best of ones as well. GG. GG, well played, congratulations here. So Shopify, they start things off with a win, but bearing in mind this is not the last that we see of Streamer Zone. This is a round robin group stage, and they're going to be going up against Team Vitality after this series, or up next. True, up next. So Shopify, they start things off with a win. Streamer Zone start things off with a loss, but we'll see if Streamer Zone can recover as we have that second match. Bam! Team Vitality have been patiently waiting. Here we have our lineups. We have Team Vitality stepping into the ring with Zhao, Maru, and Ryung, and they're going to be going up against Streamer Zone, this time featuring Luna C. Looks like Jumi has gone to bed. Jumi has gone to bed, replaced by Luna C instead. So we have Luna C, Geralt, and Nightmare. And SOS, of course. For the time being, we're going to be going on a short break. For those that are curious, we have 3 matches tonight. We have 3 matches. We just wrapped up with our first series. Up next, of course, is going to be, as you can see here, Streamer Zone versus Vitality. And then after that, we have Shopify versus Vitality to end the broadcast and to determine who will make it through in this round robin group stage. Oh boy. For now, though, again, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain the disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with this next best of 5 team match. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second series of the broadcast, the second series here of the CranKy Season 2 group stage. We just wrapped up with our first matchup with Streamer Zone versus Shopify, and Shopify had a very strong showing against Streamer Zone. They did have their moments in their respective matches. I mean, Jumi, he did not look too bad at all against Björn, and likewise that 2v2 was a crazy back and forth. But now we have another fresh best of 5 Team League match. Let's go. Let us go as we switch our scenes over and catch up on the matchups themselves. Here we go. Up first, we have Lunacy. Lunacy is going to be the starting player for Streamer Zone. He is a Korean Protoss, of course, does step into the ring, and he's going to be going up against Zaun in a PvP on Ruby Rock, followed by Geralt versus Maru. Oh boy, Maru did struggle last night. Maru did go down to Solar in the Team Vitality match against Team Falcons. I do recommend the VODs. Solar, of course, he has been on a winning record against Maru as of late, beating him in GSL and beating him here in the Team League match as well. But I would say that Maru, he's going to be a lot more comfortable against Geralt, especially on 10,000 feet. Maru, he is known for all-inning in TVP, and we expect an all-in, 100%, especially on 10,000 feet. We expect a 2-base all-in, maybe even a 1-base all-in. Meanwhile, when it comes to the 2v2 match on Gem Garden, Nightmare and SOS, once again, they do join forces as the Protoss duo, and they actually did quite well against Lambo and Harstem, surprisingly well. So I do have faith in them. We'll see how well they perform. Meanwhile, this time Team Vitality have a different pairing. If you weren't here yesterday, you may be not familiar, but Ryung, he actually played with Maru. He played with Maru. He had the duo Maru and Ryung, double Terran duo in 2v2. They did struggle. They both went proxy 2-racks Reaper. So basically they both went 1 base proxy 4 racks because they had 2 racks each, mass Reaper, and they didn't really get much done. I'll be honest, they had a bit of a rocky start, rocky back and forth. In the end, Team Falcons, they defended well. Basically Bunny carried. Like Bunny, he was the wall. Bunny defended and shut down the proxy hard, and they were able to snowball from there. I believe Rogue was his teammate. So again, Team Falcons, they had a really strong showing yesterday, of course. So this time we found the problem. Maru. So Maru, he is going to be kicked out of the 2v2 roster, and we have Zaun stepping in instead. So Zaun and Ryung joining forces in that 2v2. I'm curious to see how they work together. And then we end the series with Nightmare versus Ryung on Andromeda. Now, this is going to be a rematch. If you were here a couple of days ago, I think it was in last week's WarDTV Monday, if I remember correctly. It might have been another tournament, but we did cast Ryung versus Nightmare. That they were a series that we did cover. It was either in that or Lil League Cup. True, it was one or the other. But Ryung did take down Nightmare 2-0. Ryung had a really strong showing, had a crazy dominant result in that tournament. I believe it was Ryung versus Nightmare, and that led into Solar. And again, I think that was in the WarDTV Monday last week. But again, Ryung, he had a really strong showing there. We'll see if he can repeat that success. Bearing in mind, the scary thing, or the thing to bear in mind here, is that these are best of ones. So even if there's a favorite player, if you can come in with a specialized build, with something special, something cooked up for a map, or for a matchup, or for a specific opponent, then you can snipe someone and bring them down with just one game. That's all you need, papi. That's all you need. But here we go. Here we go. Regardless, we're stepping into our series here. Up first, Lunacy and Zaun on Ruby Rock. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Vitality. It is Zaun. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Streamer Zone. It is Lunacy. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Here we go. We have our matchup. We have our best of one. Once again, as a reminder, this is a best of one in the initial Team League match, and they will come together to form a best of 5 with all these matches taking place back to back to back to back. But first things first, we are opening up. Everything's looking normal for the time being. We'll keep an eye on our probes. We'll keep an eye on the second pylon placement and how our players decide to open up. Meanwhile, shout out to Chijik. Chijik, of course, is the sponsor of this event. They are a streaming platform, a competitor to Soup, a competitor to Afrika TV. So big shout out to Chijik. Unfortunately, I mean, actually, I should say that they have improved their routing when it comes to watching their streams on their platform outside of Korea. I know that it used to be really shaky and really rocky, and it was really rough, especially if you were in Europe, right? Watching Chijik from Europe was very brutal. You get a lot of buffering, you get a lot of instability. Again, the reason for that was just, again, inefficient routing to the Korean servers. But I believe they have worked on that, and it is a little bit more stable than it used to be. That's good. It's good. And again, a lot of Koreans stream on Chijik, so if you want to tune into some Korean POV ladder sessions, if you want to tune into Shin, for example, Shin, he does stream on Chijik. Hero, he made a Chijik account recently. Ryung streams on Chijik. Crank, of course, streams on Chijik as well. I want to say Supernova, right? If you maybe haven't seen Supernova for a while, I believe he also does stream. And I believe Supernova, he streams a lot of SE Evo. Like, there's an SE Evo community on Chijik as well. So Supernova. There's another that's like slipping my mind. I don't think it's 3 Point. It's oh god. Is it Rumia? Might be Rumia. One of the Korean Zergs. For SE Evo. So you can find their streams if you are curious. For now we are breaking out. Taking 2-gate opener out of Zaun, 2-gate opener out of Lunacy. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Double adept from our red Protoss. Meanwhile, Stalker Sentry out of Zaun. Zaun going for something more economic, something more mid-game oriented, I should say. Lunacy being more aggressive as he moves out with those adepts. Bearing in mind the 2 adepts, they can one-shot probes, so it's going to be on Zaun to keep up with the adept aggression. Let's see if we can keep up. Hello. What are we up to? As Zaun, he does sneak out a probe. Twilight Council opener out of Zaun. Are we feeling a proxy pylon? If we throw down a pylon here, are we feeling proxy Dark Shrine? Have my attention. Oh. Meanwhile, the shade is denied. Twilight Council's halfway done. So far, we're just calming down, building up on 2 bases. I feel like if it was going to be a Dark Shrine, we would have seen a pylon by now. Yeah, there would be a pylon by now, so looks like it's just going to be Blink. There we go, Blink is on the way. Zaun, he thought about it. I mean, the probe is still chilling there, by the way. As both players getting into Blink. To see Zaun attempt to catch out the initial adepts. They did barely get away. And so far we have more or less kind of mirrored follow-ups. The openers are different, of course, but when it comes to initial units. Let's have that, we're settling in. Adept gets called out. I speak up here by Zaun. Does catch the adept, and Lunacy just expands. Okay, so Lunacy just building up in towards the mid game here. Lunacy does have a reputation of being hyper aggressive, but here we're kind of being more economic. We're taking a 3rd base. We're not going for any kind of gateway explosion or anything like that. So we do have a faster robo for Zaun. Zaun is being safe. Basically, if Zaun was going DTs, Lunacy could just die. Why is that? 0 detection. He goes for the expansion before the robo, and even these extra gateways as well. So 0 detection here for Lunacy. As I mentioned before, Zaun, he's playing it safe, going for the robo first. Does allow for a War Prism to be more active as well, but Zaun should otherwise be going for a later expansion. So safer play out of Zaun. And Lunacy gets away with it. He gets away with cutting corners. Observers on the way for Zaun. Even rallied here in between the bases just in case. Lunacy moving in. We have our singular adept shading to the natural. Lunacy, he wants the 3rd. So far, Zaun is keeping up. Oh, Zaun is keeping up. 2 probes going to get picked up. Not bad. It is some damage. But bearing in mind as well that Lunacy does have the faster 3rd base, so faster economy, faster saturation. Not looking bad. The one concern here is that there is no Forge. So we have +1 on the way for Zaun, but no Forge for Lunacy. So there's going to be that big upgrade advantage here for Zaun. You'll have that +1 and eventually +2 timing as well. And that is nowhere in sight for Lunacy. Lunacy. Oh, as Lunacy does get caught out. Lose both adepts. Lunacy is pushing behind this, getting a proxy in the center of the map, and it looks like there is a reason why Lunacy has no forge and has no upgrades. It's because he's committing. He's committing, is doubling down. He has 8 gates, 2 more on the way. It's going to be a 3-base 10-gate all-in, and Lunacy, he's taking no gases. What I mean by that, no gases at the third, no gases at the natural, only 2 gases in the main base. He's going for a charge all-in. He has stalkers, yes, so he's going to be reinforcing with purely zealots. Speaking of, there they are. Yeah, just mass zealots to reinforce. This does get outscaled as the game progresses, so this is a 3-base all-in. If Zaun can defend, if he can survive, then Zaun's army will get better over time, especially with Archons. There's our Templar Archives. Archons are on the horizon. Zaun, he just has to hold on. Easier said than done. And the Observer, he's supposed to move out. Yeah, he sees the massive army. Again, Lunacy, it's all or nothing. He's got a massive amount of zealots. How many? He's got 24. Jesus. 24 zealots back. Yeah. Shield Biters are finishing up. Force fields, they're going to be key here. As he has to try to create that wall. He has to clog up the army. A lot of zealots are wasting the DPS. Not bad. Decent force fields, but there are just so many zealots. And Lunacy, he may just have too much here. Yeah, he's getting on top of the Stalkers. Stalkers are going down. We never got to the Archons, they never morphed in. Yeah, no Archons, the boys are being pulled. Once again, a very nice force field here. The Zealots, they just do no damage. A lot of wasted DPS until it runs out. Sally blinks up into the main, defending his natural base. He will give up on the third. But he may have just lost too much here. He lost how many? He lost 8 Stalkers, 13 Zealots. Brutal losses there for Zaun. There's the first Archon. They're finally coming. But again, they feel a little bit too late. Feel a little bit too late here. The Archons, it would have been crucial. As the Archons are getting picked up, there's 1 Archon left. Does get a couple of volleys in, gets a lot of damage, but will still go down. Yeah, it does still fall. And Lunacy has done it, and with that, Lunacy with a very cheeky build. Not just a cheeky build, but also a very greedy build as well. Lunacy snowballs out of control. He takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very strong start for a streamer zone. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is their first win of the tournaments. I think they got 4-0'd last night as well, in the preliminary stage. So yeah, GG, well played. And again, winding it back, Lunacy, he was very greedy. He was cutting corners. He skipped the robo. He got a really fast 3rd base. He got faster 3-base saturation as well, and it was never punished, right? Like he's winding it back down. There was no adept harass. There was no stalker aggression. There was no orca harass or anything of that nature. No war prism harass. There was nothing really slowing down the economy of Lunacy. So he got away with greed. He got away with a lot of greed, and then of course he cut his gases, threw down 10 gateways, and went for it. Went for the 3-base all-in. GG, well played. And Zaun was caught with his pants down. The pants were down, and with that, Lunacy does take the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Who is Lunacy? Never heard of him. If you're a little bit newer to StarCraft, Lunacy, he's been around since 2020. Lunacy, he is one of the Koreans that rose up during the COVID era of StarCraft. So if names like Honmono, if names like Quanta, 3 Points, Stephen Curry, alongside Lunacy, of course, alongside all of them, Rebellion when he name changed, so Gilzing into Rebellion, these are like the up and coming, like quote-unquote Code A Koreans. So again, Quanta, Honmono, Percival, I feel like is a little bit more notorious because he did get into GSL Code S at one time. So Percival, he's like 1 step above them, but that's where you have Lunacy, 3 Points, Stephen Curry, Farmy, true, Farmy's another one, Farmy, Gillyman as well. That's like the quote-unquote like semi-pro, like Code A up-and-coming Koreans. The Koreans that compete a lot and did improve a lot, but never quite got into Code S. Never got quite into that level. But GG, well played. So again, it's been around for a couple of years now. 5 years, Jesus. I think technically, I think Lunacy was around before that, but like he got onto my radar at least in 2020. Like again, during COVID, just because that's when everyone was starting to play more, and everyone started to improve a lot more as well. Yeah, all good, all good. But with that, we're now getting into our next game. We're going to be getting into game number 2 here, and with that streamer zone, they do take a lead in the series. And up next, oh boy, we'll see if they can extend that lead. They've got the momentum, at least. They do have the momentum, but it's not going to be easy to maintain that momentum, because up next we have a brutal matchup. Considering the map of choice as well, it's going to be Maru versus Geralt. Oh boy, oh boy, here we go on 10,000 feet. The reason why I'm a little bit concerned here is 10,000 feet is the smallest map of the map pool. It's the smallest map. It is the rush map as well. Aggression is heavily favored on 10,000 feet, and our Terran player here is known for all-ins in this matchup. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing streamer zone. Wow, leading the series here 1-0. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going for his team. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. Here we go. Whew. As Maru, he does step into the ring. He had a bit of a shaky performance yesterday, but here he is. Brand new day, brand new Maru, brand new matchup, brand new map as well. TVP on 10,000 feet. We're expecting hyper aggression out of Maru. Already double gas open out of Maru, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC, and we'll see if Maru goes into reacted Reaper Hellion, into faster Cyclone play, into faster drop play, into more committed tech, into Banshee play. Maru, he has options. We'll see where he takes us. Also, I did leave a special part of that story out regarding Lunacy. We spoke about his history, but in recent times, one of the reasons why, or the reason why Lunacy joined Streamer Zone, it was a recent pickup during the last Home Story Cup. If you remember, Lunacy, I believe, wasn't a Home Story Cup, but he traveled with SOS abroad. It might have been Home Story Cup Tour tournament, and Lunacy has really good English, and Lunacy, he acted as a translator. SOS, of course, was on, or is on Streamer Zone, and the team took note of that. They're like, hey, it was really cool that you were able to you were able to be a translator, able to interview for SOS, and as a result, Lunacy did join the team relatively recently. I think it was this year, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was Home Story Cup, if I'm not mistaken. But I have to double check. Yes, okay. I was second guessing myself because I was like, oh, it was Home Story Cup, it was this year. And I was thinking, I was like, wait, did we have a Home Story Cup this year? Like, I was like reaching back into my mind. Yeah, so it was Home Story Cup number 27. Number 27. And that's the event where Lunacy did go to. He acted as a translator for SOS, and Streamer Zone took note of him and picked him up. That was earlier this year. Meanwhile, as we step into this, we just see Geralt opening up, going for a standard opener, going for a second choice Twilight Council out of Geralt into Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, Maru back at home, he went into reacted Marine production, not reacted Reaper, preserving his gas, going into a 1-1-1 into early drop play. So we start with the early drop, but the follow-up is where my attention lies. Tech Lab is already on the way on the factory. With this, we can go for a safety Cyclone or go for early tank production. Yeah, there it is. Early tank. Not playing safe. So very fast tank production, which means we could follow this up with Vikings. And we could, yep, there we go. So tanks are on the way, Vikings are on the way. The plan here is to push with, the first 2 tanks and to rally across the map after the drop play. We'll see if Maru can retain these units and maintain his army. Build up his army, more importantly. As Maru, he does move out. We'll drop into the natural. It does run away. So far, no major damage. Holding onto the wind mine, actually going into the main. Marines at 9 mining. Geralt does pull back. And pulls back, he pulls away. Marines are getting picked off, and we shouldn't get much more done here as the Widow Mine is going to be chased down. Oh, there we go. Does get cleaned up. Geralt does hold. Did lose a lot of mining time, did lose 2 pros. Again, Geralt, he does hold on. Behind this, Maru, his tanks have arrived. He's got 2 tanks already. Third tank is on the way. There's that Viking. If you notice, Maru, he did cancel his Viking initially, and he made a Liberator, then followed by the Viking production. And again, Maru, his goal here should be to push early on with a bit of a vanilla Marine push without stim. As this tank count is building up very fast and very quickly. Shot gets spotted. Ooh, Viking barely does go down. Okay, nice knife. Nice knife for the Viking. Tank volley's going off. And again, it is crucial here that Geralt does slow this down. He's slowing down Maru, diving into the main base. Does blink in. Oh, even delaying tank production, not bad. Gets a tech lab. And Maru's still pushing. Yeah, Maru, he's still moving out regardless. There's a recall back home. Geralt, he's taking a 3rd base, and Maru, he's committing. Oh, never mind. He turns back around. He backs off. Liberator got 4 probe kills in the main. And Maru, he's rallying everything together here. All right, what do we have? 4 tanks. We have 4 tanks, 1 Viking, 1 Liberator reinforced. Again, tank production is delayed. There should be a 5th tank on the way. So again, this is slowing Maru down. And here it comes. And again, if you're curious, this was meant to hit without any upgrades. That's why there's no tech lab. Oh, brutal supply block. Yeah, brutal supply block here. Add-on swap. Okay. Going for the add-on swap. I mean, tank production was delayed, but now we can start stim. And Maru, he decides not to push out. I mean, Geralt's done a great job here at engaging ahead of time. He's done a great job at buying time as well, getting his 3rd base. Even counterattacking, he does bypass Maru's army. Esther, Geralt. Can we get a tank? Oh my god. Okay. Tank is saved. Jesus. Maru, he maintains his army. But this has been a really big win here for Geralt, because again, Maru, he wanted to commit without any upgrades. Now he's forced to get combat shields, +1, stim. This is heavily delaying the push of Maru and allowing Geralt to build up his economy, to build up, to saturate, to get into charge, to get into storm. There we go, storm is on the way. Now, can we survive until storm? Can we get there? Este Geralt. Ooh, as Liberator has arrived. Late reaction. 3 probes going down. Nice harass with the Liberator. Maru is still building up. On 3 Vaxes. At this point, again, he's waiting for his upgrades. Now, the one thing for Maru here is that thankfully he didn't lose anything, right? He didn't lose any tanks specifically. The tanks did survive. He's been able to retain them throughout the course of the early game to make use of when it comes to this eventual stim timing. And Storm is done. Like, Storm, it will finish in time. Now, it's all about Geralt buying time once again and slowing this down. Maru, he will push. And by the time he does, it's going to be on Geralt to pick away at the Marines, maybe get a medevac, maybe get a tank. Here he comes. Yeah, here comes a Mass on Siege. Maru, he does push. Getting a Widowmine, getting a Marine. Couple of pickups here and there. Still a massive army. And it comes down to those storms. How many High Templar? 3. Yeah, 3 Templar coming in. Tanks through siege. Geralt, he commits. Ooh, High Templar gets targeted. Brutal pickup. He had no storms. But the tanks will go down. He gets all 4 tanks. And now it's time to back off. No. Now it's time to back off. We're going to back off. Make use of those storms. Again, down to 2 High Templar. He can't waste them. He cannot waste those storms. At least he reset the tank counts. Okay, 3rd High Templar is morphing in. And remember, behind this is no 3rd CC, right? There's no 3rd base. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that Maru didn't pull the boys. I assumed he would. Okay, boosting into the main. Oh, yeah, brutal mine shots. Mine shots go off. There's a recall back home, and Geralt is out of position. And Maru just picks up, pulls away, pushes through the center. Geralt's being pulled apart. Ay, ay, ay. He's trying to keep up. Let's go one storm. Nice free split. And nice split set by Maru. He should still be cleaned up. And Geralt's holding on. And so far he is holding. Ooh. Storm barely takes down the Widowmine. And Maru got a choice to make here. Ooh, Ghost Academy. Okay, he's going for the Academy. Still no expansion, by the way. Like, Geralt, he's getting up to 4 bases, and Maru has still not expanded. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Geralt. Geralt, he's almost there. The medevac gets one medevac left. Stims are limited. And see, Geralt, he's paranoid about a drop. Oh, this is gonna hurt him in the end. Yeah, bleeding out stalkers. This should not have happened. 3, 4 stalkers going down. Ay, ay, ay. Geralt, he was premature to split. He was terrified about a counterattack, but there was none. This is where the reputation of Maru just helped him. Like, Geralt's like, yo, Maru, he's gonna lose this fight. He's probably pushing somewhere else. He wasn't. Like, there was no other push. So Geralt here overreacted to something that wasn't happening. Maru took the better fight. And now this is going to be a tougher defense as a result. A tougher hold. The good third CC has begun for Maru. Might just going up. Some decent connections. Likewise, storms are coming in. Maru's got his first couple of goes here, and again, the third CC is almost done. Oh, gets a better back. It's a nice big loss. Has to be so careful with that prism. Oh, the prism! Oh my god! Prism pulls away. Storm lands. Yeah, Storm does basically a nice EMP out of Maru. High Templar, they clumped up. And Geralt recalls. Yeah, recalls back home. Does pull out. And again, Geralt, he's been playing this well, but where's the follow-up tech? You can see that Geralt, he's been missing warp pins. He had 1,000 minerals in the bank. He's showing 9 cannons. Shield Barry, he's trying to spend his money. Geralt, we gotta lock in. What do we need? Colossus. Ideally, you want to get out of these just mass High Templar, get into Colossus. Get into the Bay, diversify your splash damage, especially now that Ghosts are in the field. And there it is. Now we have the Bay, but this is late, to be honest. Like, this is a late Bay, late Colossus. The macro of Geralt was slipping. That's why he's double expanding, getting 2 bases at once. He just had so much excess resources. And this is allowing Maru to recover. Now, this center base is very exposed. You can storm from the other side. You can just throw down a storm. You can deny mining. There was just a fresh set of mules. Storm is coming in. Ooh, it does storm. Nice EMPs. Oh my god. Prism barely gets away. One High Templar goes down. And Storm denies mining, but still 5 SCVs only go down. The rest do survive. That was a lot of storms. He's very committed. Geralt gears up for another drop. Has to be so careful because now there are Vikings. Vikings have arrived. Geralt's coming in. And Maru's turtling. He's turtling up. Okay, gets into the main. Not bad. Gets in, kills SCVs. Maru drags him all the way back home. Can we snipe the Ghost Academy? Oh. Go to my shots. Yeah, the Academy is gonna go down. Okay. Esther Geralt. Academy goes down, gets the mineral line. Not a bad trade. Throwing away mainly Zealots. The Prism is left idle though. That is a concern. Maru, he doesn't quite move in. Prisma's left alive. It's barely out of vision. As Maru, he floats his natural. That's how desperate he is, but he's able to maintain himself. He floats over his natural. He's on a very low base count, very low mule count. But he does get a fresh mining base. Geralt, we have money. There we go. Going for another big warp in. Killing the CC would actually be quite impactful considering how low the base count is. So CC forced to lift, but Zelda wouldn't really get much more done. Dragging the army out of position. Zelda run by is denied. Here comes the main force here of Geralt though. And again, this is the most important mining base for Maru. However, doesn't connect. No Colossus. Okay. Okay. I mean, there are 7 Vikings. Zealous a little bit premature. They're moving a little bit too soon. Yeah, the Gateway army isn't here. There's just not enough here for Geralt. His army's just so fragile. He can't stick around. Down goes the Disruptor. Down goes the 3 High Templar. Like, again, he has to get out of here. Like, he can't stay. Oh, never mind. Decent Novas. Oh, good. He rallies in. Yeah, Geralt, he's making some mistakes. Does rally in. Throws away Disruptors. And as you mentioned before, like, Geralt, he could not stick around here. He will lose everything if he's not too careful. Yeah, High Templar going to be falling, and he's being cornered. He's being cornered. Geralt here overextended. He will lose every high-tech unit. The Archons, the High Templar, the Disruptors, the Prism. It all goes down. Very expensive losses. That was 5 Disruptors and 5 High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. Geralt still has to supply a lead, but he's not making it easy for himself. Let me say that. He's far enough ahead where it may not matter. We'll see. Nevis go up. It breaks the army. Maru's all in. Maru, he's down to 26 SCVs. He has no economy. Maru, he has been out trading, but it's the economy that's killing him. Again, remember, he chose not to expand. Like, he's not been getting bases. He's just been lifting his CCs. That's how committed, that's how all in he's been. Blinks forward into the army. Bold move. But GG gets caught. Maru, he runs out of steam. Again, he had no economy, only 26 workers. And Geralt, he will take down Maru and put another point on the board. GG. Streamer zone? Yo, we're popping off, papi. GG, well played. Winding it back, again, Maru, he was very all in the entire game. As we were trying to emphasize, he intentionally was staying on a very low base count, very low SCV count. He was very committed, very all in. But a lot of this game came down to the early game. What occurred? Well, Maru, he was committed, but he was bleeding out a lot of units early on, and he was being delayed quite heavily. Referring to the moments where Geralt was able to shut down the initial drop play, where Geralt went for the backstab, delayed the push, engaged ahead of time, sniped the tech lab, delayed tank production. Like, there was so much that Geralt did to make sure that Maru missed his timing. Essentially, he missed his timing, he missed his move out. That delayed Maru quite heavily to later timings. And by the time he hit with Stim, Storm was already done. Like, Geralt, there was a time in this game where Geralt, he was getting a 4th when Maru was still on 2 bases. And when Maru did not have a 3rd CC on the way. Like, that's how committed Maru was on 2 bases. And this is, like, the downside of Maru's style currently, is that Maru is very predictable. Like, in the lead up to this series, we spoke about how Maru, he's very fond of 2 base all-ins. He almost exclusively goes to 2 base all-ins. And because you double down so hard on this kind of aggressive build, if it fails, if it falls by the wayside, if it's delayed, then there's a reason why it's called an all-in. You fall behind, right? You fall behind, and Maru, he was trying to keep up, trying to stabilize. He never quite got a solid economy, could not quite sustain himself, but was having some better trades than Geralt. It did look like Geralt had some nerves. Like, he was making some mistakes, rallying in Disruptors, losing some High Templar, like, definitely rough around the edges there, but it did look like he was nervous because he was ahead, because things looking better for Geralt, and there was a couple of mistakes here and there as a result. But GG. Against Maru of all players, of course. But GG, well played. Disruptor Rebellion Patrick before she was so far ahead. Yeah, as we were trying to emphasize, like, the fact that he did have such a great economy, that Maru was so committed, that he had so little to reinforce with. Maru, he was trading well. Like, he was straight up just out trading his opponent, but there's only so much that a 2-base economy can really do for you, right? The streamers are in the zone. True. Whew, oh my god. Okay. And with that, so we have a very surprising initial result here. Let us head on over to the matchup list. We do have Streamer Zone up 2-0. We have Lunacy. Lunacy took down Zaun. Geralt took down Maru. And now it all comes down to the 2v2. Oh boy. So a couple of things here. I'll be honest. I was liking what I saw out of Nightmare and SOS in their series against Lambo and Harstem. Like, I appreciated what they were doing. Like, maybe they were lacking a little bit of killer instinct there, but I can see them being a real threat. Zaun and Ryung, as we were trying to emphasize previously, they don't really have a lot of experience in 2v2 together. Ryung, whenever he competed in 2v2, we spoke about this at the start of the broadcast, he would often play with Gumiho, right? He would have Gumiho as a partner instead, and Gumiho is not on Team Vitality, so he's not an option here to be a teammate. Likewise, Ryung, he played with Maru last night as the 2-2 partner. Since then, Maru has stepped away from 2v2 and Zaun steps up instead. And we'll see how Zaun and Ryung mesh together. We'll see if they have that kind of synergy. We'll see if they can work together and make this a reality. I do favor the Protoss and Terran duo. Like, in general, like Protoss and Terran is typically a superior force, or is the 2v2 like pairing to go for, especially when it comes to Skytol, especially when it comes to mech, just in general how the armies, how the units complement each other. So they will have that going for them, but again, we'll see how good their teamwork is. Otherwise, we could see a 3-0 for Streamer Zone, like, which would be crazy. Let's go. We could see it, Pappy. We could see it. As we are setting up. So just setting up the title. Beautiful. Oh, as we are loading into Gem Garden, and again, the pressure is now heavily on Team Vitality. Oh boy, here we go. As spawning in the top side, in the top left-hand corner here of Gem Garden, we have the blue duo. We have our South Korean Protoss in Zaun. We have our South Korean Terran in Ryung, and together we have Team Vitality. And spawning in the bottom right-hand side, on the right-hand side of Gem Garden, we have the blue Protoss. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the duo Protoss team, I should say, of SOS and Nightmare for Streamer Zone. Here we go. Here we go, Pappy. Here we go. Welcome once again to Gem Garden, and welcome to something very special here. Welcome to a 2v2 matchup. Now, if you're in the chat, I would appreciate some translations. Like, oh, you ever touched 2v2 before? Young's like, I played some 4v4s. I don't know, Pappy. I don't know. But again, a lot of these Korean players are very inexperienced when it comes to 2v2. They did not embrace it anywhere near as much as the foreign scene in regards to the 2v2 circuit that you thermal ran. Here we go. Hopefully they're trying to they don't want to trash talk each other, unfortunately. A lot of the Koreans are like, I mean, I say a lot of the Koreans in general, I would say that most of the StarCraft 2 scene nowadays, I guess it's because it's so old and because everyone's been around each other for so long, there's not really much animosity between players. Like, a lot of them, I mean, I guess to be fair, especially some of the foreigners that have like some cheeky trash talk. True. Yeah, that does happen. And to be fair, we have had trash talk between Byun and Maru, 100%. They're often very cheeky with each other as well. True. Like, there are some like pairings that are really good friends, and they do clown with each other. Like Byun with most players, actually. Like Byun with Hero, Byun with Maru, Byun with Solar. Yeah. He has a very cheeky personality. Byun, I mean. So sometimes we get a bit of trash talk there. for now, though. For now, we are going to be settling in. We do have our players taking our natural bases. Nothing crazy when it comes to the early game. We do have our initial CC here into double gas from the side of Ryung. Tech of choice here, going to be a Twilight Council for Zaun. Meanwhile, when it comes to our double Protoss duo here, we do have a Stargate opener out of SOS going for a late expansion. Meanwhile, Nightmare going for a more economic start instead. So last time we saw SOS and Nightmare, they went for one base all-ins. This time, we're seeing something more economic. So we're building up into a longer game. Obviously, they're saying you should subscribe to the Ducklings. Ah, true, true. If you want replay packs, if you want emotes in the chat, then subscribe. Quack. As now 2 up second into the middle line, 2 up second one-shot probes. They can one-shot. As the Oracle does move out. I would say that the pressure is more so on Streamer Zone, on the Streamer Zone team, just because SOS has kind of had a bit of a lackluster start so far. If this Oracle doesn't do any damage, then they will fall behind. Speaking of finding damage, SCVs are left on their own, getting one. It's one SCV, but just the one. Early stim, going for a 3-1-1 setup here. Late starport, hyper aggression out of Ryung. Okay. So basically what's happening here, Ryung, I believe he skipped his, did he skip his Reaper? Yes, so Ryung, he skipped his Reaper. He did go for earlier bioproduction, early stim into a late starport. Late starport, later medevacs. As a result, he will have an influx of Marines early on, going for that earlier stim timing. This will hit quite hard. This will hit quite hard. I would imagine that Zaun wants to hit alongside him. Checking Zaun's gateway count here, Zaun, he does have 2 soon to be... Scan took down the Oracle. Brutal pickup. Oracle goes down. Ay. Extra gateway is going to be on the way. So far, that's a 3rd gateway for Zaun. Waiting for a 4th. SOS Oracles into Phoenixes. We do see Nightmare working towards Colossus production. Phoenixes, they make their way in. Looking to make their way in. Stim is finishing up. There's that medevac. This should be medevac into add-on swap into... Sorry, this should be a starport into add-on swap into medevac production. Into Ryung's initial move out. Prism is on the way for Zaun, so we can reinforce across the map. SOS is looking for a way in. God, they're so chatty. I want to know what they say. SOS is like, no rush 10 minutes, pappy. Stay at home. Give us some time. As charge has begun. Oh, Prism gets caught. Okay, nice pick up out of Nightmare. Does deny the Prism. Also, I love how I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it's only been it's only been Ryung. Like Zaun has not been like Zaun, he's not been chatting. He's just been fixated on his build. He's been like full serious mode. Been focusing. And here comes that push. Here he comes. Again, he's got his upgrades, stim, combat shields, +1 is almost complete. Ryung does move out. Zaun is coming in to reinforce. Now, ideally, Zaun would have had his Warp Prism with this so he can warp in across the map as well. That is a bit of a downside here for Zaun, as he has not rebuilt that Prism. But blue team is pushing. And again, like these Phoenixes, they haven't done anything. I feel like SOS, he... Stalker's getting caught out. Again, Nightmare is on his own. Like SOS, he hasn't really added much to this game. I'll be like, he's been busy chatting, Patty. Oh god. SOS, por favor. again, it was just a really rough start for SOS, right? Like the late expansion, Stargate, Oracle opener, Phoenixes, they can lift up tanks, but there's so much anti-air here. Like, we'll see if the Phoenixes can actually crowd control. See if they can move in. Tanks are within range. Phoenixes are trying to catch reinforcements. As the Nexus is going to go down. So let's get some SCVs. Ooh, we recall. Okay. I feel like we could have kept pushing here, but does recall back home. Maybe not pushing, but maybe rotating. Nice catch on the tank. One tank goes down. SOS finding some free medevacs as well. Oh my god. Yo. We'll put in the question mark. Put in the S to SOS. But nice pickups. Nice pickups. Again, the army does pull away. And Zound is now claiming a fourth base. He did have this southern expansion already taken. If we didn't see army pulling back, we could have seen Zound and Ryung rotate over to this base, but again, they just backed up. And the game will continue. From here, Zound is building up quite a substantial army. Got plenty of Colossus, Charge Lots, Blink Stalkers. We do see that likewise SOS trying to work on that ground army as well as he gets caught out. Ooh, losing two. Losing two Phoenixes. The army does collapse in, coming in for a attempted surround. Colossus, they do try to engage. Tank volleys going off. Massive volleys here on the Stalkers. And we'll see if we can get on top of those tanks. We barely can. The Phoenixes, they lift. They managed to lift. They get every single tank. SOS is like, the Phoenixes, they were worth it. They were true, true. Did break through in the end. Lifted up every single tank. And really, it's Nightmare's army that is looking like a nightmare here. We have 3 Colossus. We have a couple of Immortals. He's got his Death Ball. The Phoenixes, they hit his support. SOS is here to support Nightmare. As Nightmare does rotate. SOS is distracted by the 1 War Prism. That's a little bit concerning. Nightmare's on his own. Nightmare does find an expansion. Ryung and Zound, they're pushing out. There should be a recall. As that's the second prism. Zound, he had 2 prisms out on the map. They both get shut down. The army gets spotted. And we'll see if we recall back home. We'll just walk. He's running. Okay. It's racing back. So West starts getting to the middle line. Zound and Ryung, they're forced to commit. Nice run by us here out of Nightmare. Yeah, getting some more bases, killing more SCVs. And Zound and Ryung, they're being picked apart. Nightmare's about to max, by the way. If you look at the supplies, Nightmare is about to max out. SOS is like, what are you guys doing? Like, oh, God. Like, Pappy, I'm just chilling, I'm just making Phoenixes. True, true. The question mark. Ah, no. But I love how this chat has mainly just been SOS and Ryung. Like, they've been... it's just SOS and Ryung talking to each other. And, like, both Zound and Nightmare, they're just locked in. They're trying to carry their teams. Ah, no. Nope. So far, we're keeping up. Nightmare, he's maxed. Like, Nightmare, he's maxed out. Nightmare, he might just be able to 1v2, to be honest. Like, he might be able to 1v2 at this point. Oh, boy. Of course, SOS is here to support him. What do we have to work with? We have 3 Colossi, 6 Archons, 3 Immortals. It's a hefty army here for Nightmare. He should not be scared to move in. Any individual player here would just topple. when it comes to fighting against Nightmare. SOS, he harasses, he distracts Zaun. Zaun, he's distracted on the top side. Now, my concern here is that Nightmare, he's been maxed for like a minute at this point, and he hasn't pushed. And this is allowing Ryung and Zaun to catch up. Like, Ryung, he's slowly catching up in supply. He's building up his army. Not saying that Nightmare has to like A move and commit into a fight, but ideally you want to be trading. Like Nightmare, he's building up a bank, right? He's building up a mineral bank, a gas bank. Ideally you want to go in, trade out your zealots, reinforce, keep trading, and just ensure that the supply stays low. Nice catch here by SOS. Catching out Zaun. Ooh, yeah, Zaun is gonna lose everything. Gonna lose everything here. We can see Ryung and Nightmare respond. Oh no. He's like, my teammate's doing his own thing, pappies. Leave him alone. Hey, I like how Zaun chimed in. Esther Young. Yeah, mass EMP in the Archon's not bad. EMPs are nice. Phoenix as they shut down the Vikings. And Nightmare here overwhelms. He should be able to overwhelm here. Yeah, breaks through the main army. And with that, there's nothing left. Ryung saying double Protoss imba. True. Hey, Nightmare spoke for the first time. in a while. Yeah, as Nightmare is making his way up the ramp. And GG gets called, and Streamer Zone. Oh my god, I didn't get to update the Ingor screen, of course, the in-game scores, I should say. But GG, well played. Streamer Zone, they will claim the series 3-0. Crazy, Pappy, crazy. Streamer Zone taking down Team Vitality. I was favoring Team Vitality quite heavily here, but alas, Lunacy, he kind of set the tone. He set the tone here. Lunacy over Zaun was crazy, and then Geralt alongside Nightmare and SOS, they followed suit. They did follow suit. GG, well played. Very impressive showing here by Streamer Zone. Very well done. Very well done. GG, well played. Likewise, coming into this 2v2 game as well, Nightmare was very comfortable. Nightmare, he was left alone for most of this game. The reason why Nightmare was able to be the first to max out is because he was just chilling. He was just chilling, being quite greedy, expanding as well. We spoke about it. We spoke about Team Vitality. They did have a window. They did have a timing. I'm referring to the moment when they went for their first stim tank push. They moved that across the map, and they, if you remember, they denied the 4th base of Zaun. They denied the 4th base. But if you remember, they recalled. So they killed the base, and then we saw Zaun recall, and then Ryung turned around. This is because of the Phoenix counterattack. There were Phoenixes that were hitting the bases of Ryung at the time. And because of this pullback, it meant that Nightmare, his 3rd base was untouched. Like, his 4th was still in production. Like, he wasn't really too committed there, but he had a 3rd base up running behind it. He had the superior economy, better than any other player in the game at the time. He was able to keep it, and then just retake his 4th base and build up from there. SOS did a great job when it came to harassing and keeping the opponents busy, whether it's harassing with Phoenixes or harassing with his words. Whether like SOS, he was able to distract them well enough, and Zaun was able to snowball from there. And again, SOS had his own nice moments as well when it came to supporting the army, when it came to lifting up all the tanks, or there was some nice zealot run-bys as well, of course. No major like Phoenix damage or Phoenix harass, but zealot run-bys and did threaten the bases anyway. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, as Streamer Zone, they will claim the series, but there is still one game left. There's still one game left here. We have a best of 1 between Nightmare and Ryung. Oh boy. Now, if you recall, I did mention that this is going to be a rematch. Ryung did 2-0 Nightmare not too long ago in an open tournament. Ryung was looking very strong, very powerful, and I do favor Ryung coming into this. But at the same time, Nightmare, he's also, in my eyes, the ace player for for Streamer Zone, and likewise Nightmare, he can still take it to Ryung, and it's the best of 1. Best of 1, anything can happen. Do we get a clean 4-0, or does Ryung fight back and put a point on the board for his team? Again, the series will still go in favor of Streamer Zone, but map score does matter, so this game will still be played out for that final map score. Oh, I see Lunacy in the chat. Este Lunacy. Ga, papi, ga. GG, you played well, Pap. You played well. You had a really impressive first game. Really impressive first game. For those who are watching and for those that are watching in Twitch, in the Twitch chat, Lunacy's here. Like Lunacy, who just competed, who just beat Zan. He's in the Twitch chat. Much love to Lunacy. 안녕 하세요. But here we go. We're jumping into our next game. We're jumping into our final game of the series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Andromeda, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Also, if you're still here, Lunacy, can we get some translations? All I know is that Nightmare is laughing at whatever Ryung is saying. He's like, it's time for the old man to come out of retirement and actually take some games for his team. True. Este Tuna, Este Dongwon. He's here to succeed where Zan and Maru did fail. Este Ryung. Ryung, he did pull some extra workers, so a bit of a rougher start here for Ryung. Does go for an economic start. Ranks expand. Single gas opener out of our Terran player. Here we go. Yes, from here, Ryung is going to be opening up. Likewise, Nightmare, he does take his expansion. Welcome to Andromeda. Andromeda is likewise one of the, I say smaller maps. It has a shorter rush distance. The map isn't too small. The map is actually quite wide. The map is quite wide. But to be honest, the sides of the map here, the left and right hand flanks, they never really come into play just because of how short the rush distance is by ground. So far, at least, the games that we have experienced on Andromeda have been shorter. They've been shorter games. They've been more intense, more aggressive, more in the face of your opponent, is what we've seen so far on this map, because of that direct path into your opponent's third. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Doki in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it for 4 months. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. As Ryung did go ranks expand, but CC on the high ground. So high ground CC. Ryung playing a little bit safe. And we have Nightmare going for his second choice, going for his Twilight Council. It's so in character for us to only play the 2v2 matches. No. You're not wrong, you're not wrong. I'm sure we'll see some of his 1v1s at some point, but he has found his niche, he's found his role. Do you like it? He's like, I'll be the annoying one. I'll be the I'll do the best I can to just harass, to be a thorn in our opponent's side. And you can macro, Nightmare. You can macro. It's like, okay. That makes sense. As Ryung does open up a 1-1-1 intercept Banshee play. So it takes his natural base. Banshee production has begun. Going into Cloak. Overcase is going to double down. He's going to invest. Getting into Cloak Banshees. And we'll see if Nightmare can get into the main base. We'll see if he's able to get a scout of what is coming his way. Behind this, Nightmare, he still plays it safe regardless. Going for his own Robo on 2 bases. So a very safe play out of Nightmare. Detection is going to be available. Ooh, is going to be shot down. Nice cleanup out of Ryung. And so far, I believe Nightmare is in the dark. He did not get eyes on the tech. He did not get eyes on the potential upgrades. Nightmare is unaware. But again, thankfully, he's just blindly getting his own Robo, taking his gas, going for a later expansion. So 3-gate blink, Robo into a delayed third. Nice bait here by Nightmare. Does barely take down the Cyclone. Okay. Nice time with the Cyclone. Soldier control. The Observer's popping out, but the Observer should be moving out across the map to scout. There's a bit of a lower chance it's going to be at home to defend. So there is still potential. As Banshees do move out. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. They're making their way across the map. And Nightmare's taking up into Storm. Is taking up. Banshees, they make their way in. Where's the Observer? The Observers are... There's one at home. At the natural. And the Banshees, they do find the Observer. Observer's in position. Banshee's going to be going down. Oh, they do get a couple probe kills though. They have 3. 3 probe kills, and the Banshees, they do barely get away. So we get an okay start here for Ryung. Bearing in mind, this was a very big investment going into triple Banshee production. Banshees are continuing. Factories are on the way. We're getting to mech. So Ryung is going to mech it up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Mass tank into Banshee. Battle mech has been weakened. Is definitely a lot weaker coming into the latest patch. But we're building up tanks, Hellions. Macfield is on the way. We'll have some Cyclones to help support. Oh boy. We might be here for a while. So typically the strength of this kind of build is you want to build up and turtle up on 3 and then 4 bases and then push across the map. And I do actually like this choice on Andromeda. If you recall, we bring this up all the time when it comes to Pylon. The dangerous thing about Pylon is how short the rush distance is, how direct the rush distance is, and as a result, we do see a lot of mech on Pylon in TVP with this style, where you just turtle up on 3 and 4 bases, you max out, you push across the map, and because the time it takes to get across the map is so short, your opponent doesn't really have much time to slow you down, right? So it's difficult for the Protoss player to slow down a mech army and to delay the push. We see Nightmares being proactive. The Observer, of course, sees everything. And he's pushing into a pre-siege line of tanks. Nightmare, I'm not too sure he can actually break this. We'll see. Bunker is done. Deepers are up. He's going for the Storm. And the Storm will land. Yeah, Storms the tanks. The boys are being pulled. And we get some massive tank shots. The Prism goes down. Prism does fall. The Stalkers are getting into the tanks, so they still get 2. It takes down 2, 3, 4 tanks. Every tank barely goes down. And Nightmare, he breaks through. He breaks through the main army, but doesn't get into the mineral line. Honestly, pretty close. Like, imagine one more warp in. Imagine one extra warp in here. That might have been enough to get into the mineral line. Ryung does survive. Whipping on my Google Translate. Let's go. So after that attack failed, Ryung, he said here, he's like, hey, do you have somewhere to be? And Nightmare's like, it's urgent, papi, it's urgent, I gotta go. And he came in to another push, of course. He's diving on top of the Cyclones. I mean, there's no tanks left. Massive Storm in the middle line, and Nightmare, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken the base, has broken the 3rd. That was a cheeky exchange. Aye, aye, aye. As Banshees are trying to hold their own, but this time there's plenty of anti-air. This time we have some Stalkers. The Archon as well. 26 SCV kills. And this is becoming critical damage. Ryung, he will be able to barely hold on. I spoke too soon to get a massive warp of Stalkers. I mean, Nightmare, he said he has places to be, papi. from here he backs off. He just contains Ryung on 2 bases. He's stuck on 2 bases, stuck with the worst economy. Nightmare getting his 4th up and running, fully saturated. +2 is almost done. And even though the supplies are deceptively close, the soup does lie, right? The soup does lie. As time progresses here, it's going to get better and better for Nightmare. Time is in his favor. So Ryung, he still has a decent army to work with, but he has to push out soon. Here comes the mass on siege. Ryung, he floats over his 4th, okay. Does float over. Does spot the observer. Reinforcements are coming. War Prism is on the way. And we've been here before. We've been here before. The 3rd base is just so open here. We spoke earlier how we do often see a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins pushing into the 3rd, and that's kind of what we're seeing here from Nightmare. Just hyper-aggression, going for the 3rd base time and time again. And Ryung, he should not be able to hold on. He's got 2 tanks left. Down to 0. Yeah, 0 tanks remaining. Zelda just pop off against the Cyclones. Banshees are doing what they can. There is no detection. The invisible flying machine, Pappy. Ryung, he's holding. No detection. And we just get free damage. We just get free down. There we go. Till the observer arrives. Oh, he wants the observer. Oh my god. Barely gets away. And we're just going to rinse repeat with Nightmare getting a 5th base up. Nightmare rebuilding. And every time he pushes in, he's resetting the tank count. He's still dealing critical damage. And that last attack there, he didn't quite get into the mineral line. Ryung pushing into Nightmare. The last is a flank ready. Catching more Cyclones, this time diving on the Banshees. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 Banshees go down. And the final Banshee will fall as we're running out of Zealots. So Ryung can actually defend. Oh my god. The Cyclones. Cyclones, they pop up. Yeah, without charge, Zealots they can. You do need that support. You do need that buffer. Zealots they finally get across the map. They make their way in. And do we just kill the CC? Yeah, we oh my god. So close to going down. As once again, Ryung, he's barely hanging on every time. It's like, Pappy, you should just stop trying. Just leave me alone. He's hanging in there. Nightmare getting a 6th expansion. Ah, no. Nightmare would double the base count, but he still cannot kill Ryung. Ryung, he refuses to die. Just leave me alone. Oh. Template barely pulls away. I mean, Nightmare, he does not want Ryung to stabilize. Thankfully, Ryung, he's still stuck on a more battleman composition. Okay, get ready. God. Okay. Oh, okay, we're going in. Oh. As Nightmare, he does commit into the mid-run. This time does pick up some SCVs. He still can't really break the main army, but workers are going down in the midst of all of this. Yeah, 12 SCV kills. Sorry, just trying to screenshot the conversation. Nightmare, he was saying, like, how come you're not dying? Like, why are you in such a good position? And Ryung was like, yeah, that's right. I'm Terran. As Ryung does hold the zone, we'll bleed out 15 more SCVs. Yeah, basically, Nightmare is like, why don't you just die? The power of mech button. Nightmare is getting a 7th base. Does get on top of the planet here. Nice zoning storm. Planetary barely goes down. Barely does go down. Zelta coming from behind. And finally, Nightmare, he does collapse on the main army. I feel like we've been... Nightmare, he's been trying to kill Ryung for like 10 minutes even. GG gets called. Finally, he's broken. And Nightmare, he will take the series 4-0. And Streamer Zone will get the clean sweep. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to Nightmare. Congratulations to Streamer Zone. Again, a very intense back and forth and a very surprising result as well. I mean, again, it all kind of, we set the tone. We set the tone with the first series with Lunacy versus Zaun. Again, Lunacy was able to gain that momentum, able to lead the charge here for his team. Took down Zaun on Ruby Rock. We had Geralt, who was able to shut down the 2-base all-in of Maru, the all-in that just kept on going and never quite really hit its stride. Then we had the 2v2, which was also a lot of fun, a lot of banter as well between SOS and Ryung specifically, with SOS being as annoying as possible, allowing for Nightmare to max out and just snowball out of control. And likewise, we had the final game here between Nightmare and Ryung, a bit of a back and forth here with Ryung just refusing to die, Nightmare even commenting on that throughout the game, but in the end, Nightmare was able to break through, again, recognize the mech, and was able to just hammer his way at that 3rd base time and time again. Would build up, back off, build up again, and just keep hammering at that 3rd base, eventually breaking Ryung. Eventually. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Streamer Zone as they do get the win over Team Vitality. And with that, we are in a really weird place here. It's going to come down to this final series. So far in the groups, what do we have? Shopify got a 4-0 over Streamer Zone. Streamer Zone got a 4-0 over Team Vitality. And it all comes down to this final best of 5. The 3rd match, the final match of the broadcast. Shopify versus Team Vitality. Oh boy. Now, if Shopify win this, then I believe Shopify, they advance on. If Team Vitality win this, depending on the score line, then we're going to have to do some math here. We're going to... We'll have to do some math depending on how things do transpire and how we're able to kind of like pick between, or how we're able to delineate between the remaining teams. But so far, again, the pressure is on. And... again, Shopify, it's on them to claim this. Otherwise, I'm sorry, it's going to be really on Team Vitality to win this in a strong way, in a strong standing, to have a chance to make it into those playoffs, as we've had nothing but 4-0 so far. So when it comes to the next matchup here, we have Shopify and Team Vitality. We have Lambo versus Zaun, Bjorn. We have Lambo, Bjorn, and Harstem, and Scarlett. True, Scarlett making her debut in the CranKy Season 2 tournament. Scarlett has been inactive, has been absent in all these Team League matches until now. So great to see Scarlett taking part. It's possible that as well, because this was the last series, that Scarlett was able to wake up in time for this match. Likewise, Team Vitality having a bit of a rough series. We'll see if they can bounce back. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have that final best of 5. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast, the final Team League match. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Team Vitality and Shopify Rebellion here in the CranKy Season 2 group stage. As a reminder, this is the group stage determining which of these three teams will advance on to the playoffs. We have Streamer Zone, Team Vitality, and Shopify Rebellion. So far, things are looking a little bit dire here for Team Vitality. They have to win this series to have a chance to make it through. Meanwhile, Shopify, I believe if they win this series, they will confirm themselves into said playoffs, as Shopify have already beaten Streamer Zone, so beating Team Vitality will secure themselves. Oh boy. Here we go. Quickly checking out the lineups, though. We do have our teams. We have our lineups. We have Lambo versus Zound. They're going to be kicking things off on Ruby Rock in a ZVP. Lambo, of course, I believe he was featured previously on Ruby Rock as well. Yes, he was featured on Ruby Rock. As I mentioned before, Ruby Rock, I think, is a really good map for Zerg versus Protoss, specifically for the Zerg side, as the third base is very difficult to defend, and all-ins can hit very hard, or aggression can hit very hard. It's very difficult to defend on 3 and 4 bases on Ruby Rock. We'll see if Zound can fare better than Nightmare on Ruby Rock. Meanwhile, on 10,000 feet, that's going to be a hyper-aggressive map. TVT between Beyond and Maru. Let's go. The two Terran boys. Beyond and Maru, they're very good friends. They often do banter with each other, and I'm going to be leaning towards Beyond there, but Maru, he has really strong TVT. Bear that in mind. I think I would argue that maybe his best matchup is TVT currently. It's looking more sturdy than the others, at least in my opinion. I'm not too impressed by his TVP or TVZ. So that would be a strong matchup for Maru potentially, but also Beyond is in form and Maru's been taking a break, so that's also something to consider. Coming over to the 2v2s, Lambo and Harstem, as I mentioned before, in my opinion, they are going to be the strongest 2v2 duo in the entire league. They've got a lot of experience together with each other with 2v2, so they're going to be a hefty duo to bring down. Zound and Maru are going to be pairing together this time, so we're going through every single pairing. Day one, the initial series, we had Ryung and Maru, then last series we had Ryung and Zound, and now we have Maru and Zound. So it looks like we're just kind of mixing and matching the duos, the pairings, to kind of figure out who meshes the best together. And then we end the series with Scarlett and Ryung on Andromeda. Of course, we'll be playing on Tourmaline if we go to the ace match, but so far in tonight's broadcast, we have not gone to the ace match a single time. Hope to get there eventually. But now Zound and Maru are going to be facing, Zound and Lambo are going to be facing off as we load into Ruby Rock. Here we go. Here we go. This morning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Team Vitality. It is Zound. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. Here we go. So here we have arrived. Whew. And again, we'll see how Lambo will approach this. We did already see Lambo in a ZVP against Nightmare earlier in today's broadcast, and Lambo, he was able to build up to 4 bases. He cut workers at 80, and he went into a lair tech all-in on 80 workers with Lingbane Hydra and nothing but Lingbane Hydra. No hive, no infestation pits, and no lurker den, no further tech whatsoever, and he was able to break Nightmare on 4 bases. As we mentioned, on this map, the rush distance by ground is relatively short, and defending on 4 bases, it looks quite difficult here on Ruby Rock. It's not as defendable as on these other maps like Tokamak or Maganatha, for example. So we'll see how Zound will adjust his approach against Lambo, as I'm sure he was watching that Nightmare series, because I hope he was watching. So now it's stepping in. Which reminds me, I should submit my replay someday soon. Let's go. Ahí está, papi. Ahí está. It's okay. We're all rusty, papi. We're all rusty. It'll be fine. We won't be harsh, papi. We won't be harsh. Ahí está. now we are going to be calming down. Link speed is going to be on the way, pulling out of gas, getting into a third base. Again, when it comes to early games EVP, it's pretty one note. Like, we don't really expect to see any kind of big deviations or anything like that. Something that is a bit of a shame that we don't have available to us is, I believe the mainstream, the Korean stream specifically, did have player cams, which would have been a really fun addition to the broadcast. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a clean feed available, but they did have player cams, which was really cool to see. Of course, shout out to Chijik as well. Chijik being the main sponsor of the event. Without them, we just wouldn't have these Team League. We would have significantly less Korean StarCraft as well. It's really cool to see how much they've invested into Korean StarCraft, into Crank, into not just Crank, but also SC Evo. It's really cool to see. And hey, maybe soon TM we'll see Hero streaming on Chijik as well. Gibbs, papi, Gibbs. But now, Sound does pull away. Does open up Stargate into Oracle, into a third expansion. Everything's looking normal so far from the side of Zound. As Zound looks to move out, Lambo is setting up back at home. We have a Spore in the natural, we have a Spore in the main base as well. Very often we do see Zerg players actually delay their spores, or delay one of their spores to be a little bit more efficient, but Lambo is playing very safely. And that is a Twilight Council before expanding. Okay, you have my attention. I'm suddenly brought back to the Zound versus Raynor series. If you remember, Zound did knock the hell out of Raynor in the RSL. In RSL Season 2, Zound, he did have a very intense and very aggressive series. How did Zound knock Raynor out? With Glaive Adepts, with just game after game after game, different forms, different variations of Glaive Adepts. So we have a Gateway Explosion, we have a late third base, we are expecting Glaives here, we're expecting Zound to double down. And Lambo does go for a safety Roach Warren. Now, oh, that is not Glaives. That is not Glaives. That's going to be Blink instead. This could be the beginning of an 8-gate 3-base all-in. What we're waiting for here is lack of Forge. We're waiting for lack of gases at the third base and a Gateway Explosion. If you remember, something that we talked about when in regards to Ruby Rock is just how aggressive you can be on this map, and it goes both ways. We saw Lambo was successfully aggressive against Nightmare off of 4 bases. Here we could see Zound be aggressive early on to try to knock Lambo out early by knocking down the 4th. So how many gateways do we have? Soon to be 5. And we're waiting for another set. We're waiting for another set of gateways. Again, no Forge, no +1. Getting up to 6 gateways. So 6 gates so far. As there's the 6th one on the way. Typically, we should be seeing a 7th gateway at home and an 8th gateway proxied across the map. As Zound is pushing, and we're waiting for said proxy location. Setting up in the center. Pushing right down mid. Blink is still not yet done. Maybe behind the set have plenty of links to work with. Oh, baits out the stasis. The 26 soon to be... Oh. Even more. And 46 Zerglings. Down he pokes in. He does find some damage so far. Nothing major. He's warping in back at home. Interesting. No proxy. And the map might just be small enough. Oh, Stage Trap. Oh, very nice Stage. Oh my god. Stage Trap does pop up. Zound is moving in. And wants to go for the kill. He wants to go for the kill. He wants that third base. Ooh, barely does get one of the queens. Stasis Trap is still a ways away. As more links getting picked up. Stasis Trap is about to run out. Stalkers have to pull away. Oh. Yeah, they barely pull back. A couple of Stalkers do fall. And Lambo holds. Yeah, Lambo, he's barely holding on here. Picks off more Stalkers, Hydras are amassing, and with the help of Hydras, Lambo, he will defend. And he saves his 3rd, more importantly, he never lost his 4th. Typically, this timing is going to be designed to push towards the 4th base to break the 4th. Here he pushed into the 3rd. This was more greedy from Zound, but he fails to get damage done. He trades against the army, that is true. At least he does preserve those stalkers. Oh, the efficiency. Okay, okay. 3 stalkers. Only 3 stalkers went down for 52 lings for 3 queens. Very nice trade here from Zaun. And behind this, working towards Storm. Storm is on the way. Zaun throwing down extra gateways. Zaun, he has not gotten a 4th base. Does seem like he's gearing up for a second wave, a second push. Meanwhile, the creep is almost non-existent here for Lambo. Lambo supply block. Oh, brutal supply block. 7 overlords on the way. A laser. Get out of here. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal supply block. We have the hive on the way. Lurker tech is on the way as well. So Lambo, he's trying to take up, but I believe Zaun should be striking, should be hitting before Lurker tech. As we are waiting for the War Prism. If we're waiting for the War Prism, then there's a chance that Lambo can morph in some Lair Tech Lurkers. Oracle's looking at the Revelation. Army moves out. Lings, they spot the move out. Zealot run by a spotted. That will distract Lambo. Yeah, Lambo, he responds to the Zealots, and there is an opening. There's an opening. Zaun moving in. How many storms? 5 High Templar. At least 5 storms. And he cannot waste them. Lambo going for the counterattack. Setting up for the surround. At Templar, they pull away. We're still holding on to those storms. Oof. Zoning back the Hydras. Lings, they collapse in. They do force in the Archons. And here comes that surround. Lambo from behind takes down the Prism. Oh, at least I assumed he would. It's still the Hydras, they do fall. Prism barely gets away. But Zaun is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Down to 2 Archons. Barely a standing army. Zaun, can he keep this going? Can he do it? Barely breaking through. Gets on top of the 4th base. Zealous, they catch reinforcements, and he's done it. Yeah, here he has done it. He breaks the 4th, catches reinforcements, can keep on pushing towards the 3rd base. It was very close. Lambo, he almost held. Again, if he had sniped that Prism, I mean, that could have been it. That could have been game then and there, just because it would have heavily slowed down Zaun. But Zaun, he cleans up those Hydras. Brings together his Archons, and Lambo, he's going to have 3 Lurkers. These are Lair Tech Lurkers. And they may not finish. Yeah, 1 is on the way. There's a Revelation. And Zaun, he breaks through. Zaun, he does break through, gets on top of the Lurkers. There's only 3. GG gets called, and Zaun, he will take the game. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Zaun, he does put a point on the board for the first time here for Team Vitality. GG, well played. As I do quickly set that up. But he does take the win here. Again, Lambo, he definitely had potential here with his build. Zaun was very committed, very aggressive. Initially, he failed to break the bases, but he was also trading very efficiently here, and it did allow for his second wave to hit that much harder. Lambo, he was setting up with this around, but he barely didn't get on top of that Prism. If he was able to, maybe a different game, maybe a different story, that would have been huge. Would have denied any reinforcements, any warpins, but he barely was unable to get on top of that Prism. And with that, GG. GG, and with that, we're now getting into our next setup here, into our next match. It's going to be that Terran versus Terran on 10,000 feet. Maru and Björn are going to be facing off in that best of 1. Coming into this, I do lean towards Björn just because Maru has been out of shape as of late, but at the same time, I do also understand that Maru, his best matchup is TVT. Like, he has some killer Terran versus Terran, and definitely is one that can threaten that of Björn. But it's also hard to call because it's the best of 1. Like, I can see this as the best of 3 going either direction, and going to the ace match. In a best of 1, anything can happen. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the red Terran player from South Korea representing Shopify. It is Björn. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. And we are expecting a lot of banter between these two. For those who are unaware, Maru and Bjorn, they're best friends. They're basically best friends. They do everything together, and they do banter a lot together as well. Oh, God. So I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to keep up. I think they're doing some wordplay. If you're in the chat again, I would appreciate some translations. They also went very quickly as I was trying to get my phone in to try to Google Translate. I think they're talking about a build? Question mark? I don't. It's these goddamn kids. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our second game here of this overall series of this Team League match. And welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is one of the smaller maps, and the map pool aggression is favored on this map as well. And so far, no one proxies. No one does proxy. No one does set up racks across the map. Double gas opener out of Bjorn. Economic start out of Maru. Maru, he is known to be quite greedy in TVT, so that's something to bear in mind. Bjorn is also very familiar with how Maru plays. Very familiar. I think he's talking about the SCV scout. Yeah. So SCV scouting is really rare in TVT. You can see that Bjorn, he's just now Reaper scouting. Maru went for the SCV scout, and Bjorn, he was like, you're scouting? He's like, what are you doing? And Maru's like, oh, scouting is fun. As the Reapers, they bounce off each other. Maru, he does defend. And Bjorn is playing blind. Yeah, Bjorn is in the dark. Bjorn, he fails to get eyes on the natural. Again, we know that this was a greedy build out of Maru, but Bjorn is still a little bit in the dark as to what's been happening. Maru's just laughing that Bjorn didn't get into the natural. He rotates over. Maru, he's in position. And he will shoot first. Ooh, Bjorn does get the Marine. Not bad. Does confirm the CC's already done. Orbital's on the way. Gets a second. Gets a worker. Ooh, and pulls out. Bjorn, he does pull out. Does pull out, does pull away. What are they saying? Or says spicy. Uninhabitable. Okay. I'm sure they're having some wordplay that's specific to Korean that I'm not understanding. But it's fine. So now we do have the Banshee follow-up here out of Bjorn. Maru is going for early tank production with the Viking. He's going for an early push. Okay. Let's go. So Maru, again, he had the more economic starts as he's getting into that earlier tank production. Bjorn going for a very fast third CC. Greedy follow-up here out of Bjorn. Going to the third, and never mind. Now, I assume that we were going to be continuing tanks, but no, we go for the add-on swap, so never mind. Does go for the swap. Will delay his tanks. Going for the Raven follow-up, which means Bjorn, he may be able to get away with this. You just make it up? Well, I mean, we could make it up, but I was using Google Translate. It worked in the last series. Worked then. But I know that Bjorn and Maru, they do like, I mean, Bjorn in general does like a lot of wordplay, and that doesn't like translate too well with Google Translate. Bjorn sets up behind the natural. Bjorn said it's scary, right? Maru said not really. I did see something like that. Oh, as Maru's going for a 2-base all in. My apologies, I was a little bit distracted. That's the second starport. So 2-port, 2-base all in. We're going into Mass Viking. So Mass Viking production into a Liberator follow-up. That is typically where this build does hit its stride. Basically, the purpose of this build is you go into reactored Viking into triple Viking production, and then you can follow this up with a Liberator. Then you'll have air control. You can dominate the skies, and then your Liberator will dominate the ground. Now, this is the economic variation. Typically, you would do this almost immediately. Here, we opened up Raven first. It was Raven first, followed by the 2-port, which I believe is a more modern version, which does lead into a third CC. Whereas the more old-school version would just be a 2-port, like 2-base all-in. I believe this one comes with an expansion, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. As Bjorn is claiming his third. Again, he did go for the greedier build. Maru's pushing. Yep, there's a third CC. So as we mentioned, like, this is the more modern variation of 2-port builds, which we have seen rise in popularity this year in 2025. So Maru does push out. Vikings are reinforcing. And Maru, he still doesn't really know what he's moving into. Does scan, does spot the third. He knows. He's aware. Nice disable, but Bjorn does on siege in time. He pulls away. Oh my god, barely doesn't get the Raven. Barely not. Banshee does hit the natural. SCVs are going down. And Maru's trying to commit. The tank's getting caught on siege. He gets one, he gets two. Nice disables. And Bjorn looks like he does barely have enough. At least unless the Vikings land. And it cleans up our tanks. Bjorn holds. Bjorn, he holds on at the same time. That one Banshee got 9 SCVs? No shot. Oh my god. 9 SCVs went down. Bjorn, so far, his economy is still untouched. Ooh. We'll lose this Raven though. Again, the power of the Mass Viking. And here we go, making 3 Liberators at a time. That's a lot of freedom. That's a lot of liberation. As Maru may have lost his tanks, but he maintains his Viking count. I say that. Ooh. Marines, they stim in, Vikings, they land, and Vikings are going to be going down. Ooh. Still a messy fight. Very messy. Johnny barely does get away. Again, this entire time he's been enjoying a greater economy. And Maru's in a rough position. Ideally, he wanted to break beyond and then there the natural, but he failed to do so. He lost every single tank. He still maintains those Vikings, and these Liberators are still a nice power spike for Maru, but it might still not be enough. Like, he doesn't really have much on the ground. The Marines, they start to step in. Yeah, they stim in. They catch one of the Liberators. Maru, he's forced all the way back. Does siege in time. Does siege. Tank falls. Marines, they barely get on top of the Liberators. He gets one. Should barely get the other. Vikings, they land. It's going to be a clutch hold. Oh my god. Vikings, they're barely holding on. But once again, 8 SCV kills. Once again, 8 workers go down in the defense. Once again, Bjorn is getting a 4th base, is maintaining his economic lead, and Bjorn is snowballing out of control. He sieges up. This is the brutal thing about this center base. How do you mine? You don't. You cannot mine. Not against Terran, not against tanks. Tanks, they siege up on the other side. 0 mining, 0 economy. Maru's getting a 4th CC. Kills the tank. Let's catch one of the tanks. Bjorn dropping into the main. Still denying mining. Oh no, Dorelian! Maru! Nah, he rallies in! 5 SCV kills, drop into the main. Bobby, get out of here. 11 SCVs, and Maru's being pulled apart. He's just being pulled apart here. SCVs are going down left and right. And with that, Bjorn has done it. He has broken Maru. Script with the economy. Again, Maru, he was so committed to his earlier push. To the 2-port build, and again, we spoke about the lackluster assault here at the natural. And it wasn't just lackluster assault, it was the fact that Bjorn was greedy. Remember, Bjorn, he went for a faster TC and he got away with it. And from there, he snowballed out of control. The pressure was on Maru to break Bjorn then and there, or at least cripple the economy. Failed to do so. And now Bjorn can keep rallying. And again, I don't see a world where Maru can actually get this face up. Bjorn just needs to move in and siege. Oh, God. We gotta stop trying to take this base back. He's like... It's not worth it, Maru. It's not worth it. Not again! Oh my God, okay, no vision. There's the scare. There's the scare. The mules on top of the tank, on top of tank range as well. 13 SCV kills. Not like this. There we got 2 Marines. Limited anti-air from Bjorn. Idioms and puns are hard to translate. Yeah. For sure. As Bjarni stims up the ramp, the boys are being pulled. A GG gets called, and Bjarni snowballs out of control. Takes down Maru, puts a point on the board for Shopify. GG. Whew, GG, well played again. Maru, who was very committed with his build, very committed with his 2-port play, going to Mass Viking, had to break that natural, or at least do some economic damage. Why is that? Because Bjorn was being greedy. He rushed into a 3rd CC, and he got away with it. Got his 3rd base up and running, was completely untouched. Fun fact, Bjorn actually had to pull the boys to defend his natural. Lost like 1 SCV. He lost 1 worker, barely lost anything. So after the defense, Bjorn, I want to say, had around a 20 worker lead. He was very, very far ahead economically. From there, could just chase, and we also saw, unfortunately, the desired 3rd base for Maru. Maru, he was trying to, because he was being so aggressive, he was expanding forward towards Bjorn with that forward base. Unfortunately, it was that much more exposed, and Maru, he never got it up and running. I want to say he lost over 30 SCVs throughout the course of that game at that mineral line, as he just kept trying to saturate, kept trying to transfer over, and kept losing SCVs. Just could not maintain that 3rd. I was already in a rough position to begin with, and GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth. For the first time tonight, we do have that back and forth here in our Team League match. We have both Team Vitality and Shopify with a tied 1-1 scoreline, and we are getting ready for that follow-up for that 2v2. Here we go. Oh boy, and it's going to be an interesting one as well. As we mentioned before, coming into this, Lambo and Harstem, they have a lot of experience in 2 versus 2. A lot of experience. They are very well versed, and I would say that they are probably the strongest duo in the entire league. So this is a good chance, a good opportunity for Harstem and Lambo to take a lead for their team. We'll see how well Maru and Zan actually work together. Oh boy. See how well they work together as they're going to be playing and competing together in a 2v2 tournament, in a 2v2 matchup for the first time. Let's go. Let us go, as our game is going to be on Gem Garden. I'll say that's my one criticism so far, is, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's only one 2v2 map. We've only played on one 2v2 map the entire tournament so far, and I'm hoping that we get a little bit more diversity as the tournament progresses. Like to see some other maps. But otherwise, here we go. Spawning on the right side of Gem Garden, we do have our red team. We have our Protoss, our Zerg, we have Harstem and Lambo for Shopify. And spawning on the left side, on the left-hand side of Gem Garden, we do have our blue team. We have our teal Terran, we have our blue Protoss, we have Zan and Maru for Team Vitality. Let's go. Let us go. So we are getting into our next game, and we're here to determine who will take a lead in the series. As so far we're tied up 1-1. Lambo going hatch first. We have seen Lambo and Harstem go for different builds and different strategies so far in their games and their matches. We've seen Lambo feed Harstem. Did see that previously. Likewise, we saw some more committed macro play as well, at least a little bit more between Harstem and Lambo last time we saw them in this series versus Streamer Zone. With Lambo going massling and giving Harstem basically all of his gas. So he was just massling at a Lambo and just feeding Harstem in a different way. This time, oh, we have 2 Raxes. Okay. Maru, he does open up 2 racks. Going for a delayed gas. Interesting. Well, CC first, okay, so CC first out of Maru. Very greedy build here from our Terran player. CC first into 2 Raxes. Meanwhile, Zaun opening up Gate Expand. That can be difficult keeping it with 4 players and what they're doing. As Harstem is going for a relatively well-timed expansion. It's quite rare to see this out of Harstem. We've seen a little 1-base play for him, or delayed expansions in 2v2. So we have Link Speed on the way. Take over Church of Harstem is going to be the Twilight Council. Likewise, they can say the same for Zaun. And we do see that Maru, I was curious if it was going to open up with anything more aggressive here, but he's just been so greedy. CC first into 2 Raxes into add-ons. Maru, what is his army? 1 Marine. This is all that Maru has had. And if we saw any aggression from the other side, bearing in mind we have very limited scouting information as well, if Lambo and Harstem were going for all-ins, then Team Vitality, they would just topple over 100%. Like, they would just be dead. So again, hyper greed out of Maru, going for a 3 ranks follow-up even. Jesus. Maru, he's having fun. He's having fun. See in the chat, Platypus eggs. Platypus. Isn't the new match starting now? These are yesterday's matches. As a reminder, the main sponsor of this event is Chijik. Bam, there we go. Chijik. Chijik, they are a Korean streaming platform. So if you want to cast this event live, it has to be on Chijik. We cannot stream it live on Twitch or on YouTube or on any other platform. So it cannot be live casted outside of that platform. We do have an account. We do have a Chijik account, and we have streamed on that platform before. But honestly, like, viewership is really rough. It's really bad from the foreign side of things. Again, not a lot of English speakers use the platform and actually find their way to the account. So because of that, it hasn't really been worth it in the past casting in it. We do fare a little bit better just casting via replays. Just casting via replays a day later. So these matches that we're covering here are like 20 hours after the fact. So we're live around almost a day later with the previous day's matches here on Twitch. On Twitch, on YouTube, on all the other platforms. Just as a heads up. Which is why if you look in the title of the stream, it does say replay cast. Is a replay cast. Just as a heads up. If you wanted to cast it live, then we would be live on Chijik, not here. Be over on Chijik. Meanwhile, as we're getting into our game, it's been quite passive. It's been very, very passive so far. And I actually do favor Zaun and Maru's position because they've been so greedy. They've been so greedy here with Maru building up his bio army. We have Mass Phoenix on the way from Zaun as well, and they've been left to their own devices. From the other side of things, where we have out of Harstem and out of Lambo, we do see a more gateway heavy composition out of Harstem. We do see a +1 melee Mass Ling out of Lambo. We have some decent compositions, don't get me wrong, but we'll see who scales better into a longer game, as we have more Stargates on the way and +1 air attack. Zaun embracing Sky Toss. Lambo is trying to be active. Maru moves out with a double drop. I do love that Zaun, he's basically kind of ferrying the double drop over. He's escorting, ensuring that the Medivacs are safe, and likewise here to support as well. They unload a little bit too... Oh, wait, yeah, they unload a little bit too soon. They get spotted. Yeah, they are going to be spotted here. as they can focus down those tumors and bust into the main, but Stalkers are in position. Harstem is ready. Harstem is ready for this. Lambo, he responds. He's racing into the main. Nice time with the sentry. Getting one, getting two. Sentry's going to be going down. Lings, they collapse on top of the ring. So I start stepping here to Maru. Lings, they just get annihilated. Oh my god. But Harstem does help hold. And the Mass Stalker is going to be enough. And Shopify, they defend their main. They defend their main base. Ooh, Maru does not get away. Losing a full medevac. Losing both medevacs even. Ay, ay, ay. Both medics go down. Phoenixes, they try to harass, and so far Lambo is all sorry, Harstem is all over this. Shuts down the drops, zones away the Phoenixes. And they defend well. They do defend well. Now what's scary here is what Zan is up to. What do we see? Sky Toss. Not just Phoenixes, carriers are on the way. So we're building up into carrier production. Zan is going full Sky Toss. Meanwhile, Mara is going into bio tank. And we'll see if Maru can protect Zan long enough to get into Sky Toss. Can he protect? Should have invited T1 so it could be hero versus the world. Let's go, Bucky, let's go. But unfortunately, we're in a current state in StarCraft where a lot of the teams in StarCraft, they only have like one player each sort of thing, so there's not that many other teams with deeper rosters. Like the only other team that I'm thinking of is Platinum Heroes, right? I'm thinking of Platinum Heroes, and yeah, I think that's kind of it. Like Sentinels, RSC Esports, like they will have like T1, like they will have like one player each sort of thing. Maybe for another tournament like this, we could see some partnerships. You know, we could see like Center One or or something. I don't know. Trying to think what other teams we have. See Mouse Storm Gaming, like Gabe and Max or something. I don't know. We can piece some players together. As Lambo's maxed. Jesus. Lambo's maxed out. Hive is done, getting into mass ultra production. The Sky Toss is still amassing for Zan, and the question becomes, does he have enough yet? It's still slow going, right? Still slow going. He's got 4 carriers so far. He's about to have 7 carriers. That's a lot of carriers. And ultras don't shoot up, but we have the Spire finishing up as well, so we can get into Corruptors. Corruptors going to be on the horizon as the armies do split. Harstem distracting on the top side. Pulls away. Lingbane is getting ready. And we'll see what Lambo can get done, as this is a massive distraction here. Yeah, both armies are out of position, and we can strike both of Zan's bases. And speaking of, Ling Ultra towards the 5th. Lingbane towards the 4th. Sorry, towards the 3rd and 4th. And next I are going to be going down. On the first, no! Ooh, they do run in. Bailey's they pop up. They don't quite get into the second mineral line, but nice damage nonetheless. Oh, looks like there was a bit of a pause. And the Nexus, it looks like it barely will go down. Or barely not. Oh, it's gonna be close. The Lings. They barely do get it. With that, the Nexus are falling. Lings, they do hold position in the mineral line. Rushing into the bases, and we are bullying Zan right now. I mean, hey, he's the one with the Sky Toss. We gotta shut him down. Yeah, getting into the mid lines at the same time. Harstem, he does blink under the carriers. A little bit ill-advised. As Harstem, he will lose all of his stalkers. Ooh. Yeah, big blow to that at Harstem. That was not an opening. And Zan is going for the counterattack. Zan, he's lost a lot back at home. But but he's pushing. Oh, oh. And we'll see if Harstem can slow this down. Blinks in, gets one. Gets one carrier. Can he get two? Barely can. Whew, two carriers go down. But remember, Zali's not by himself. Maru's coming in. He's got his Ghost, got his Fire. Snipes, they pop up. And Maru's actually maxed. Jesus. And Maru, he's rallying across the map. He has a massive bio army. They've been so focused on Town. What about Maru? What about the Terran patty? You have some Link Bane One-Buys across the map. Storm is buying some time. What else though do we have here for Lambo? He's got a couple of Infestors. He had a couple of Infestors. Yeah, Brutal Pickups. We land one Fungal. But there just might be too much Skytoss here and too much Bioterran. Oh, we're getting in. Infestors go down. Snipes on the Corruptors. Not enough anti-air. The carriers, they maintain themselves. And Down, sure, he may have his economy may be crippled, but they're doing it. They're breaking through. There's just not enough for Harstem, not enough for Lambo. Like Lambo, he's going for run-bys, he's going for counterattacks. That does not matter. What matters is the main army. And he only has what? Only 4 corrupt Jesus. Yeah, it's only 4 corruptors. Link Brain rolls in. Nice kiting here by Maru. He kites away. And they've done it. Team Vitality, I believe. I mean, the Stalker count is not quite there. I say that, down to 2 carriers, okay? 2 carriers left. We're camping Mars production. Does he turn around? Back at him, Maru, he does defend. Defends, they knock down another expansion, another base. You can see that Lambo is still just rallying across. He just ignores the main army, just rallying everything he can. Finding more SCVs, at least trying to. Being as annoying as possible. Yo, we got Microbial Shroud on the way. Let's go. It won't help against snipes, but it'd be cool to see nonetheless. I think I've seen it once so far. As again, Marin's out. They still have the greater army. God, these counterattacks are so annoying. Sadly, recalls back home. Bit of a miss rally here. Throwing away some Infestors. Harstem, he's got 14 Stalkers. Can he get under that Skytoss? What are you Stalkers going to say? 16 Corruptors as well for Lambo. It's going to be close. If we work together with Storms. Everything's coming together here. Storms takes zone away. High Templar, they get caught out. Lambo thinks about diving in. The run-bys are subsiding. Maru, he's almost remaxed. He's almost remaxed. That's a 16 Ghost. He's ready. Yeah, Scanner reels Lambo. We'll see if the snipes can pop up. Chargers are coming from behind. We're coming for the surround. The Bailings, can he get in? If Bailings get rolling in, the Ghost do full. Massive surround. Ooh, no detection. Uh-oh. Ghost, they do get away. But the Skytoss is cleaned up. And Zan, he's run out of steam. At this point, you can see here that Zan, he barely has any economy. This is the army remaining. Zan, he has no Skytoss. He has just purely Phoenix. When I say Skytoss, I mean he has no carriers. Just a Phoenix-based army. And Maru, he's on his own. He's on his own. In a sense that, like, Zan, he's crippled. And that was all that Zan had left. And the thing about Harstem and Lambo, they have bases, right? They have bases, they have expansions, they have mining. They had the wherewithal to take these northern expansions. Meanwhile, Maru and Zan, they never quite touched these bases towards the top side, which are meant to be safer, by the way. These are meant to be safer expansions, and they never took them. So Maru and Zan, over time, they're running out of steam. They're running out of money. Like Zan, Maru, he's down to a half saturation here at this forward base. Like nothing at the natural, barely anything in the main. He's floating over. This is just coming down to the economy. Coming down to the economy pack. I think it was impressive. Like Zan and Maru, it feels like they had for a long time kind of a death blow of an army that could end the game, but we had just non-stop run-bys, non-stop counterattacks, both by Harstem and by Lambo. They were being so annoying with their Lings, with their Zealots, with their Warpins. They dealt so much damage across the map. To the point where it did matter in the end, right? Like Zan, he was losing bases after base, or base after base. Hello. Nice EMP. Let's catch 2 infestors of that. Speaking of Zealot run-bys, gets the tank. Oh, he saves it with the lift. Let's go. Yo, shout out to Zan, by the way. He saved the tank. Ah, that's teamwork. Well, they might be in a rough position here, but that was beautiful. For those that are curious, with Phoenixes, I mean with spells in general, you can target your friends, your allies' units. So you can use lift in such a way. I believe it's the same with like abduction, so you can like abduct like your allies' units to safety, or so now we're moving in. Maru move in, decent fungal here on the main army. Denying a base. Not the most important expansion here from Maru. So he does have another base up and running. Maybe he rotates. Rotates over. Brutal tank shots on the Ling Bane. Yeah, not the most efficient fight here from Lambo, bleeding out a lot of Ling Bane. Lands a fungal, but there's no follow-up. So Zan and Maru, they've been much more efficient here. I mean, they have a more efficient army. But we can't be too wasteful. Ling run-by doesn't achieve too much, but it does distract. At the same time, we're just going straight for the production. Let's go. Dives on the orbital. Main base goes down. Getting into the add-ons. One factory does fall. Takes down the factory, takes down the starports, more importantly. Very nice. Gets one of the starports. From here, from here, Harstem does pull back. It's a tech lab. Ling run-by does get into the mineral line. There's only so much you can lift with these Phoenixes. Probes are going down. Another base falls for Zan. And you can see we're just trying to pick Maru and Zan apart. The main army, though, has been building up. I mean, at one point, not too long ago, Zan, he was down to 0 carriers. That's up to 12. Oh my god. It's like Maru's had been feeding him. Jesus. 12. We built back up to 12 carriers. Okay. Yeah, we can pull this off. 12 carriers are moving in. Chasing down all these Stalkers, one after the other. They get lifted. Once again, Ling run by to do collapse on the army. They force a lift. More SCVs going down, and the economy is almost non-existent here. Like, we have 0 income. I say 0 income. We have like half a base, but it's all about the main army. Zan and Maru, they're all in. This is it. Now, what I will say is that Harstem can take it slow. Like, you don't have to engage. You don't have to. You can give up a base. Give up a base. Take it slow. Back up. Pick up 1 or 2 units here and there. Remember, you have all these southern expansions. And likewise, Harstem, you don't want to fight on your own. You got to wait for Lambo. Lambo is coming. He's a ways away. Look to the east, Pappy. Lambo's coming in. Again, we're just playing at patience, getting extra warp ins. Ghosts are moving forward. Oh, going for the storm. Yeah, nice storm with the Phoenixes. Brutal storm, actually. Ling Bane rolls forward. We get an okay fungal. Stalkers they dive on the carriers, but I don't know if there's enough there. Yeah, going for the mass power bomb as well. Ghosts they pull away. Stalkers are being cleaned up. And the Sky Toss. The Sky Toss does prevail. Yeah, there's too much in the air, likewise that Ghost did live. It was very messy. It was, it was a very messy fight. But at the end, Zan and Maru, they overwhelm the army, they break into the main bases. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for the elimination. We migrate. We have the great migration. Maru's getting out of there. We're killing all the buildings, but Maru, he does take flight. He's flying over. Maru, he can. Oh no! Harstem, he finds it. Harstem, he finds the CC. Okay, CC does burn. He finds one. Phoenixes, they turn back around. And again, all these buildings will fall. Harstem comes back around. Okay, so one CC is burning, the other also about to burn down as well. So 0 orbitals. 0 orbitals, they will both fall. Technically, we can land and we can mule. Oh, nah, not anymore. Not anymore. You can mule to repair. But even then, Maru doesn't really have that much money. Oh, the SCVs. SCVs are coming in. They're coming in to repair. These are the last buildings. And he can land. Yeah, he can land that orbital. He can mule. Technically, Maru can rebuild his economy. And you can see both Harstem and Lambo expanding bottom left. They take their expansions. I'll probably leave the tab here, the production tab on units. So we just see Harstem has got 22 Stalkers marauding behind the army. We have Corruptors amassing here for Lambo. Speaking of all the things there, extend. You see Harstem sharking around. Again, Harstem is being cheeky. Looking to snipe. Again, it's 4 axes, 1 starport, and 1 CC. Comes in from behind, gets a couple shots off. Oh, does find some SCVs, okay. Nice damage. And Lambo behind this has been building up his own Ling Bane. Got some High Templar now for Harstem. Got 5 Templar. It looks like they left the tech alive. Yeah, so Templar Archives still up and running. So Harstem still has some storms. Now, eventually, this death blow of an army is going to make its way towards bottom left. Like, they're making their way there. It's like a co-op mission where, where you have, like, the AI death blow army just slowly working through all these bases. As the co-op team, like, you have, like, a time limit here to, like, to shut this down. The death blow is coming, baby. It's coming. Lings, they kind of tend to surround. Again, these Zerglings are, they have their place. They have their uses against the Ghost Army, I guess. Corruptor kind of slowly building up. Another base is falling. Harstem, his final bases are next, by the way. His final expansions. As Lambo just just taking every base he can. And again, he can always feed Harstem. Always give him money. Oh no! Oh, the brutal warp in. Brutal warp in. Free pickups. And not the place to warp in, Harstem. Losing free units. Corruptors are coming in from behind. Can they get one of the Raxes? No, it doesn't go. Yeah, it doesn't go for it. Doesn't go for it. I mean, the army's so far forward. He could totally pick off one Rax. Stalkers, he's going for it. Let's get the buildings. The buildings are on the road. No, the CC is further ahead. Starport goes down. He gets one Starport, gets one of the Raxes as well. Storms will zone. We left the buildings alone, Bappy. Down to 3 Raxes. 3 Raxes left. Ooh. Nice EMPs. Very nice EMPs. Harstem gets caught. Harstem gets caught out. Ay, ay, ay. Lambo, yeah, it's too late. It's too late to dive in. Oof. Yeah, brutal pickups there. Harstem, he goes for Marauders. And Harstem, it looks like he will be chased down. He will lose everything. So Harstem, he's out. His main army has crumbled. At the same time, these buildings are still on their own, by the way. Yo, Corruptors, go for it. The buildings are on their own. He's racing over. This is it. No shot. The orbital is bottom right, by the way. So Maru, he's hiding his orbital bottom right. There was an opportunity there. Yo, Maru, he's gonna be careful with the placement of his buildings, by the way. Like, he's gonna be careful about it. Corruptors, they can find more of these Raxes. They will. Potentially 2. It's going to be 1 Rax going down. So again, 3 Raxes, 1 orbital. What's scary is that Lambo and Harstem, they don't know where the base is, right? Like, they don't know where the orbital is specifically. They have no vision there. They have no idea. It's on its own. Like, if they find it, this will die. 100%. It will die. And then they can get permanent vision on the Raxes. Like, the scariest thing that could happen here is that Lambo and Harstem, they decided to just commit to ape in to kill these final buildings. But then then obviously there's a building missing here, and they lose their army for it, right? Because of the orbital bottom right. But once again, like, they're just abandoned. They're so careless with these Raxes. They're on their own. This should be the death of 2 of them, right? Gets at least 1. Yeah, 1 will burn. There's no repair. But again, guys, we got to protect them, Bappy. Like, I understand that there's still an orbital out there as well, but I mean, still, like, like, this is it. Like, once again, we just leave them alone. Guys, look after your buildings. Like, again, in a head-on fights, like, the Maru and Zaun, they have the superior army, 100%. At the same time, I would say that Lambo is not being too opportunistic when it comes to trying to punish this. Like, there have been multiple times with the Raxes where the buildings have been left a little bit too far behind, but I'm sure in the back of their mind, they're also trying to figure out where the orbital is. At least I hope that that's what they're thinking. I hope they should be thinking, like, we keep seeing the Raxes, where's the orbital? Like, what's going on? Like, they've seen a couple of scans as well, so they know that the orbital has been landing somewhere. I hope that they're able to piece 2 and 2 together. Meanwhile, Harstem, he's been able to get an economy back up and running somewhat. Does he find it? Where are we going? Where are we going, Harstem? We looking? He's looking. Oh no, you're so close, Harstem. You're so close. Once again, the Raxes are left on their own. And again, like, we got to be thinking, once these Raxes go down, like, where's everything else? Oh, does catch fire, so it will die. Again, there's only 1 Rax left with the army. And it's on Zan and Maru. They've bled out like 5 or 6 Raxes throughout the course of the past couple of minutes. Like, didn't have to have. He finds it! Oh my god. Yeah, he finds a massive win here for Harstem. They find it. The orbital goes down. And now they can just ape in. Now they're going to be revealed. And now they can just ape into that Rax. Yeah, you can see that Zan and Maru, they know. They know they have to go back to the Rax. The final building. And again, they were just so careless these past couple of minutes. I mean, it would have been a difficult win for them anyway, but I mean, they have the superior army. Like, you've seen that, like, Lambo and Harstem, they could never fight this. They could never engage. Yes. All right, come at us, Pappy. Come at us. Again, it's only 1 Rax on half HP. Oh god, Jesus. Yeah, they know. Yeah, they know. They just mass EMP. This is Maru and Zan having fun. Like they realize that they've lost the game. So Maru, he just EMP'd all of Zan's army. Because they know that there's no shot. I mean, they could have been a chance, to be fair, but I mean, it's too late now. GG. They kill their own building. GG, well played. They have their own way of forfeiting here as Lambo and Harstem, they do take the win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. See, that's how you GG out, Pappy. That's how you GG. Just kill your own building. But GG, well played. Congratulations, Lambo and Harstem. They do take a lead here for Shopify. A crazy game, very intense. And again, that could have gone either way. The reality is that Zan and Maru, they had built a terrifying army. That, once again, to emphasize, Lambo and Harstem, they could never engage. Like in a head-on fight, they could never engage. They could never fight head-on. That's why they were just losing base after base after base. Of course, Lambo had the economy to just keep building, and had a bank to keep building more hatcheries to rotate. But if the armies ever clashed, like Zan and Maru, they would win. They would win that fight, and they could snowball out of control. Unfortunately, again, as they were rotating, they were a little bit careless. Because buildings are so slow, they were a little bit cavalier, and throughout the course of the finale of the last 10 minutes of that game, they were bleeding out starports, factories, Raxes, CCs. Like, they were bleeding off those buildings, and to the point where GG, well played. Whew, oh my god. Went down to the wire, Pappy. Went down to the wire. GG, well played. Congratulations. Again, Shopify does take a lead in the series, but there is still one more game to go. At least one more game to go. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. As we catch up with the overall match list here, Shopify, they lead at 2-1, and we're up to the final game here of this series. Potentially, if Team Vitality, if Ryung can win here against Scarlett, then we can force the ace match. We can force the ace match. This can go all the way to Tourmaline. That will be the ace match where teams going to be fielding their ace player. Otherwise, if Scarlett can win here and now, that will be the win. That will be the series for Shopify. So the pressure is on, and really great to see Scarlett again. Again, Scarlett, she has not played in a long time. Like, she has been on a big hiatus. She's been on a big break. Scarlett has been MIA, focusing on, of course, other aspects of her life. But yeah, with this is making her return, is marking her return here in a ZVT. Let's go. And we'll see how informed, how in shape is Scarlett. We have also heard that Scarlett is going to be one of the invited players for the event that's going to be happening in China. For those that are curious, there's a big kind of like StarCraft celebration happening in China in celebration of the Chinese servers returning, and Scarlett is going to be a part of that event. She's one of the invited players. Likewise, Scarlett is also going to Stellafest. Stellafest is a big event happening in a couple of weeks in Canada, and Scarlett's also going to be traveling to that. So this is kind of marking the return of Scarlett back into form, back into practice mode, as she will be taking part in some offline events. But here we go, spawning in the right hand corner of Andromeda. We have the Canadian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Shopify. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the blue Terran player with the blue Terran. We have the South Korean Terran for Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. As again, it has been a couple of months since Scarlett has been actively competing. So great to see the return of Scarlett here. But as I mentioned, the question becomes, how informed is she, right? Like, yes, Scarlett is getting ready for the Invitational, for the show match that's happening in China. Yes, is getting ready for Stellarfest, but how much have we been laddering? How much have we been practicing? Let's go. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Scarlett. Meanwhile, Ryung going to be opening up back at home as well, going for a standard opener. And we'll see how Ryung will approach this. Ryung, he is very diverse when it comes to his play. If you remember, we did cast Ryung versus Solar recently. They had a crazy back and forth best of 5, which went all the way to the ace match, if you recall. I believe it was the semifinals. I believe it was the best of 5 between the two of them. Went all the way to game 5. Ryung could have taken down Solar as well. It was a very close, very intense match. Ryung, he went for a different build every game. We saw some mech, we saw 2-racks Reaper, we saw 3-racks, we saw some bio play, we saw some more committed timings as well. We saw some Hellbat pushes. Like, Ryung, he had a different build every game in that series against Solar. Even had some crazy greed as well. It was impressive, but the reality is best of 1. Right, this is a best of 1. Anything can happen. She can't be too informed. She's playing Zerg. True. Smurge. So Smurge, baby, Smurge. Ryung does poke in. Pokes in, pulls away. Scarlett's taking the linear third base. Interesting. Going for the linear third here on Andromeda. Spinning away from Ryung. Ryung going for a third CC before starport. Economic build here out of Ryung. Likewise, standard opener out of Scarlett. Everything looking normal for the time being. Can you upload this game to YouTube? Every game that we cast is uploaded to YouTube. It's all there. It's all on YouTube. Every series. Oh. As from here we have our standard follow-up, and we'll see where Ryung does take us. Getting zone 1-1-1. Add-on swap into set Banshee play. Everything's looking normal so far. Likewise, I'm curious to see, never mind. I was gonna say, I'm curious to see if Scarlett does decide to go into something a little bit more diverse in her play as well. In the latest patch, we've had the recent changes to Spire play. We have seen players attempt to play Muta with mixed success. I will say that. It has been mixed. We've seen some success, we've seen some failings. But Scarlett is going Roach. So Roaches are on the way. Very safe way to play. Very safe way to open up. This is not indicative of aggression yet. This can eventually lead into a Roach-based all-in, that is true. But for the time being, we're kind of calming things down. We're settling in. Roaches initially to survive, to be safe, and we'll see if we commit. Sometimes they lose spectacularly. I mean, if you were watching Solar versus Maru yesterday, I mean, Solar did defeat Maru. You could argue that maybe not because of mutas. It was mutas, then he went for a hard, then he switched out of mutas into Ling Main Hydra. But did start with Spire play, if you're watching. As drone's going to be going down. A-drone to full. Aye. Yeah, A-drone kills early on. That is brutal damage here for only 4 Hellions. What is scary about this is that this was a Roach-based opener. This is meant to be safe. This is meant to be a safe opener here from Scarlett, and does lose a bunch of workers. So a bit of a shaky start here from our Zerg. Ryung behind this, going into bio. Thankfully. Again, Ryung, he's not opposed to whipping out mech from time to time, as we mentioned before. Did play some mech against Solar. But here is calming down. Getting to stim, double E-base, double upgrades. And he's still not done. Ooh, gets into the mineral line. Workers, they try to pull away. Some of them are lining up, and so far that's going to be another 4 drone kills. Nothing major, but 4 extra workers do go down, 12 in total for 6 Hellions. Hellions, they do not scale well into a longer game, so you do want to get rid of them, and trading them for drones is good enough. As Banshees, they do get into the bases. No Spore. Yeah, Spore's out of position. It was further forward. More drones do go down. No Spore here at the third base either. This is becoming critical damage. This is getting out of hand. The Hellions plus Banshee harass. Aye, guys. 7 more drone kills. And both Banshees, they survive. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. Oh, God, we're still not done. Getting an 8th drone. We are getting to 1-1 upgrades, and because of all this damage that's being dealt, Scarlett may just commit to an all-in, right? Like this may just be critical damage to the point where we just rally across the map. For now, Scarlett is, and never mind, we're taking up. Okay, conversation bit, redroning. Scarlett is going to try to recover. So it's redroning, resaturating. Yeah, 12 more drones on the way. Does mean that Ryung can get comfortable. And so far, at least we're doubling down on roaches. With the infestation mode, we can get into some safety infestors to support the army. Second pit is on the way. Oh, that is a little bit brutal. So a bit of a misstep here from Scarlett. Getting a second pit. I mean, normally it wouldn't be the biggest of deals, but because we've taken so much economic damage here, it hurts that much more. Drone pulls in, pulls away. Building up his army. For now, still just going for drop play. I wouldn't be opposed to an 8 ranks, but Ryung, he does take his gases. Indicative of a second factory, indicative of a 4th CC. So Ryung just focusing on his drops. Setting up for the push. Never mind. He does have his 8 rank set up. The gases here are actually indicative of a concussive shell of a heavy marauder composition. Okay. And I'm not opposed to an 8 ranks here. Just because he's done, I should say, so much damage across the map. Ryung has popped up, has crippled Scarlett. And the eventual move out here, it's gonna be terrifying. How many infestors? Scarlett, she has 2 infestors on the way. Working towards Ling Bane Roach Ravager. We have Baneling speed in production. We have +1 melee, Ling speed as well. Scarlett is getting there. Now, with a well-placed fungal, Scarlett can still shut this down. But, oh god, like this move out, this specific entry point here is brutal. Ryung has a high ground, has a choke point as well. Infestors are ready. Again, 2 infestors, 2 fungals. First one does land. Yeah, decent fungal here, does graze the army. 1 fungal left. Ryung is moving in. Ryung is moving in. Baneling speed is still not yet done. We attempt the flank, we attempt the surround. Banelings, they graze the army, no major connections though. And Ryung has done it. Ryung will just snowball out of control, breaks through the main army, stints on in. And again, this was just a shaky game here for Scarlett, losing so many drones at the start of the game. To the Hellions, to the Banshees, it was critical damage. And that's why this push looks so devastating, because Scarlett just sustained too many losses leading up to this. And then bam, here comes the 8 racks. GG gets called, and Ryung ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Ryung does tie things up. We're going all the way to game 5. Again, a really shaky game here from Scarlett. As I mentioned before, Scarlett has been missing in action for quite some time, so we're not really too certain as to the current state of play that Scarlett is in. But here, just really rocky starts with the initial Hellion harass. Hellions, they dealt well, they dealt critical damage. The Banshee follow-up as well was brutal, and it meant that from there, I was curious. I assumed that Scarlett was going to go for an all-in, right? You just took so much damage, an all-in would make sense. Scarlett chose not to all-in, chose to drone, and try to recover economically, which is a very difficult thing to do, especially on Andromeda, which does favor 3-base play. Winding it back, Ryung went for a 3-base all-in, 8 racks. He did take his gases, but that was just for Marauder production. Let's have extra gas for Marauders, went for the 3-base all-in, committed across the map, and it hit so hard here on Andromeda. GG. GG, well played. With that, we do have our ace match, the final game here, the final game of the series of the broadcast here tonight. We are tied up 2-2, and the final game is going to be on Tourmaline. Let's go. Okay, now the question becomes, who is our ace player? Who do we field here? Now, I mentioned this before, that when it comes to ace players, when it comes to who is likely to be fielded here, in my mind, for Shopify, Byun is the strongest player on the team. He is typically the ace player, but at the same time, if you feel like you know who your opponent is going to be sending out, you can try to snipe, right? You can try to snipe your opponent instead. So if you feel like Maru is going to be the ace player, then you can try to pick him off, right? If Harstem, if Scarlett, if Lambo, if they have a specialized build for someone like Maru, then they can try to snipe him on Tourmaline. Tourmaline, I would say, is similar to Andromeda. It does have a very open area at the 3rd base, so 3-base play and 3-base pushes can hit very hard on Tourmaline. So we'll see how our players do approach this. Yeah, we'll see who decides to step up and to step into the ring. Let's go. From both teams. From both teams, from both sides. Here we go. Ryung did obtain the game, and it looks like we have our deciding players here. Okay, this is gonna be wild, actually. So we do have our Shopify player, does make sense. It is going to be Byun. So Byun does step in as the ace player for Shopify Rebellion. Meanwhile, for Team Vitality, who did they pick? Who did they field? Ryung. TVT Sniper Ryung. Okay. I do like this. I do like this choice here for Team Vitality. Ryung, he has arguably the best TVT in the world. Now, in saying that, not saying that he will win 100%, it's still a best of 1, right? It's still a best of 1. Still anything can and will happen. So it's still going to be quite wild here between the two players. And this can still go either way. But it's going to be a TVT. It's going to be a TVT here to end the best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. Game dev taking Ryung to the ace match. Oh, the game dev versus the caster. True. Versus the tuner. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. Un momento. Yeah, we have the South Korean Terran, we have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. We have the ace player himself. It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go, the ace player for Vitality. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. And welcome one more to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a map that we have yet to really feature at all during our broadcasts here, at least during this tournament. We have featured it in the past. As we mentioned before, we have our natural that's relatively secure here, and we have our 3rd base. The triangular 3rd at least is a little bit more further out, and as you can see, there's a massive entrance here in between the natural and the 3rd expansion. Likewise, a wide entrance at the 3rd base as well. It's very open. It's a very open map here in between the natural and the 3rd, and at the 3rd base as well. So that's why we did emphasize that aggression is favored on this map. Like 3-base play can hit very hard on Tourmaline, and we'll see how a TVT does unfold here. Likewise, the rush distance, true. You can see it's very direct. The rush distance by ground is very direct. It's just a straight line from natural to natural base. You can see the SV, you can see the minimap, just one straight line. There's no ramps, there's no high ground, there's no points of elevation, there's no terrain really stopping you from just walking across like this. So yeah, this is one of the reasons why I didn't really place Tourmaline too highly during our judging process. just because it's very open, it's very direct as well. Aggression is going to be favored here. It has a bit of a longer rush distance, which might help. True, like it's longer compared to say like 10,000 feet or Andromeda, for example. But yeah, it can be quite intense. Quite intense. Ryung does go for his own double gas opener, double gas into a delayed ZC. Likewise, we see a more economic start out of Byun going single gas into a faster command center. So Ryung is going to be the aggressor, Byun should be the defender, at least early on. We have our rolls. We'll see how we take it. So Ryung does move out. Does move out across the map. From here, going to be poking in. Oh! We do see a better engage here by Byun, catching out the first Reaper, not bad. First Reaper does fall. Nice pick-off, nice start. As we are getting into our follow-ups. Oh, Ryung rushing into a very fast third CC. Third CC is on the way. That's a third CC before Starport. Hyper greed here out of Ryung. Very cheeky. Very cheeky here from our Korean Terran player. We'll see if Byun will be able to keep up with his greed or will be able to punish him. Now suddenly the pressure is going to be on Byun as he has gotten zero scouting information, has no idea what Ryung has been up to. No idea, not yet. So we have a second Rax on the way, so big delay in the starports to be able to make this happen. So there's going to be no drop play, no harassment, no Vikings, no Ravens. Again, Ryung is going to be very vulnerable. Yo, if we see a second starport, that could just be game. Now just waiting for the tech. Ryung getting to zone 3, 1-1 setup. Again, big delay on set starports. Heavy production on the Marines, on the bio. Delayed third CC here by Byun, so he's not going for a 2-base all in. And again, he has no information. Like Byun, he's seen nothing. He's seen nothing. He knows nothing. And Ryung should get away with it. Oh, catching out the Hellion. Hellion does get caught. So I'll try to speak closer to the microphone. Ah. But yeah, Byun has been very passive. He's been very passive. He's been very defensive. He hasn't really had any presence on the map whatsoever. So in the end, Ryung, he will come out ahead. Getting to his own upgrades. 1-1 is on the way. Stim is on the way. Third base is now being taken. Now, what does Byun have to compensate for this? Of course, Byun has the higher tank count. Byun has got more tanks. He's got Ravens as well, which does have a lot of a micro potential. And of course, ability like opportunity there to disable, to move in. So army-wise, Byun, he has a little more of a complex army that can be more efficient, for sure. But we'll see if we can make use of it. As it's a little more tech-heavy. Scan into the main base, gets eyes on the mass bio. On the fact that there's just no factory production as well. True. That is a tell. And we might just slow things down here. Like at this point, Byun can't really be active on the map. He'll be caught up by the Marines. So he's taking his third base, taking a defensive stance. We're going full TVT, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I mean, Ryung, he can now be active on the map. He has the upgrade lead. He's got his medevacs. He has mass marine. He has a much more mobile composition. Beyond, he is going to be threatening to push right down the center. Does threaten to move out. Ryung is responding. Ryung is trying to respond. Ooh, as the Ravens do overextend, losing one. Okay, the one Raven goes down. Full energy as well. They're up control here by Beyond. Likewise, not the best to table either. But he's stimming in. Boys are being pulled. The tank is exposed. And why is that? Ryung's across the map. Yeah, Ryung is across the map. We're in for the base trade. All these SCVs, they're left on their own. And Ryung, he doesn't get into the main. Uh-oh. He doesn't quite get in. The tanks are on their own. Again, he does rotate over. More boys are being pulled. More SCVs going to be going down. And nice target firing out of Beyond. Takes down the tank. Takes down the main army. And these forces for Ryung, they haven't really done anything. They're killing a CC, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough damage. It's taking too much time. Dropping into the main base. And in the midst of all this chaos, Beyond, he comes out on top. He comes out on top. He breaks through the natural. 25 SCV kills. Again, this drop has not done enough. It's just been so delayed. Again, he just delayed the third CC. That's all he accomplished. Este Ryung. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. And Ryung, he's stuck on a one base economy. He's stuck on one base. He's got all these workers here in the bottom right. They at least survived. Ryung coming back home. Does turn around. Does come back. Oh, we're setting up the surround. Oh, we're too soon. Ryung is a little bit too soon here. The surround is not quite there. He'll lose all these Marines. Mistimed. Honestly, if he brought everything together at once, that might have been enough. Yeah, the boys are now coming in. These tanks will fall. The tools were there, but the execution was lacking for Ryung. He had what he needed. But at least he does regain his third. His third base is back up. He still has full saturation. Ryung, he's hanging in there. Meanwhile, Beyond, okay, he's snubbling out of control. Ray takes his third. He's up by 20 workers. He's pushing across the map with a massive army. And again, Ryung, he had a nice start. He had a nice start to the game. He got away with a lot of greed, but the drops, the move outs, they just passed by each other. And Ryung just didn't accomplish enough with his own drop. Did not do enough damage. Beyond, he distracts. Main army moves in. Tank is exposed. Ryung's out of position. And with that, Beyond, he has done it. Once again, he does wedge himself in between the bases. We spoke earlier just how accessible this natural is, specifically on Tourmaline. That's a kill. Oof. That's a kill on the CC. The bio army pops up. And with that, Beyond, he can stim, and he can win. The final points are being pulled. Ah, no. 30 more SCV kills. Ryung, he's surviving. It's fine. Copium. We're down to 12 SCVs. 12 SCVs remaining. We got 12 workers. We're down to what exactly? We're down to 15 Marines, 1 tank, 4 medevacs, and a dream. As again, they find to make it out of the group, but GG gets called as Beyond does overwhelm, and Beyond will take the series at 3-2, claiming the win for Shopify. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to Beyond as he does claim the series, does take the win for Shopify just barely. Again, the series went all the way to the ace match, the only ace match of tonight's broadcast. GG, well played. Again, when it came to the builds, Ryung was very greedy. He was very, very greedy here, but he was able to get away with that greed. He was able to build up in towards a higher marine count, better upgrades as well. He moved that across the map. And what did he do? He denied a third base. He denied a base. Meanwhile, Byun just went right down mid. He had a higher tank count. He wedged himself in between the bases. We spoke about how the rush distance, the attack path, is very direct on Tourmaline, and the area coming into the natural is very open as well. It's just a wide open entrance into the natural in between the bases, and Byun just made full use of that, set up his tanks, had some miscontrol with his Ravens, of course. The Ravens are a little bit lackluster, so it could have been a little bit cleaner execution out of Byun, but regardless, broke in, broke through, GG, well played. And again, Ryung just wasn't able to achieve enough across the map. And with that, I believe we have confirmation. Shopify, they take down Streamer Zone, they take down Vitality, and Shopify, they will be advancing on into the playoffs. GG, well played. So with that, GG, well played. With that, Shopify, they will be advancing on. GG, well played. With that, Shopify, they will advance on, and that means that Team Vitality and Streamer Zone are knocked out of the tournament. They are knocked out of the CranKy Season 2 team match. They are out, and that means we have our top 4 teams. We have our top 4 teams remaining here, and let's catch up on the bracket itself. Let's go. Yeah, let us go. Un momento, papi, un momento. We can all have a look together here. Bam. Beautiful. Okay, so from the top, we did, of course, yesterday we were live with the preliminary stage. Again, this is a 6-team invitational. We have Basilisk, Shopify, Team Liquid, Team Vitality, Streamer Zone, and Team Falcons. We have 6 teams in total. If you missed it, we were live yesterday with the preliminary stage, so I do recommend those VODs. We had a lot of really fun matches. This was basically seeding matches to determine who advances on to the playoffs and who had to play today. So that's where Basilisk, Team Liquid, and Team Falcons were, because they did advance onto the playoffs. They took today off. Scrolling down, this was the group stage. We just covered it. Shopify took down Streamer Zone took down Vitality, and Shopify took down Vitality as well. Shopify, they came out on top with a 2-0 scoreline, undefeated in the group stage. That means that, again, Streamer Zone and Vitality, they are out of the tournament. Shopify does advance on, and bam, this is the final standings for the playoffs, the final bracket. It's going to be Basilisk versus Shopify and Team Falcons versus Team Liquid. Who do we have to face off? It is going to be Basilisk versus Shopify. We have Serral versus Harstem. Oh my god. Serral versus Harstem. Rainer versus Byun. We have the 2v2 with Serral and Trigger once again. Serral and Trigger versus Byun and Harstem. No Lambo? Oh, okay. I don't know if something else is going on. I just realized Lambo's not a part of the 2v2. Lambo's not here at all. Lambo, he's not available. Okay, so no Lambo here, and Scarlett versus Trigger. So they're gonna have to do this without a Rambo, papi. Without Team Rambo either. Remember, I was saying that Lambo and Harstem, in my mind, they're the best 2v2 team in the league right now, but they're not gonna be featured. Yeah, so when Shopify needed Lambo most, he's gone, papi. Where is he? He's coaching Rainer. He's oh no, oh no. He's turned on his team, baby. Not like this, not like this. But yeah, so there's no Lambo, none in this lineup here for Shopify versus Basilisk. Meanwhile, we have Team Falcons versus Team Liquid. We have Rogue versus Mana. We have Solar versus Clem. Bunny and Rogue teaming up once again against Clem and Mana. Interesting duo. And then we have Bunny versus Cure at the end of said series. No Skillless this time. Yeah, Skillless is missing, replaced by Mana. So Mana does step in instead. Again, we're going to be featuring that final TBT as well towards the end of that match. And again, these are going to be a series that we cover tomorrow. Remember, as we mentioned before, these matches, I mean, you can see it here. They're live. Currently live right now, but they're live in Korean over on the Chijik platform. We will not be casting this in English until tomorrow, as we cannot cast it live, not on Twitch or on YouTube. If we were to cast it live, it would have to be on Chijik, which we've done before, but again, not many people, not many of the international viewers in the international scene, not many of them do tune in to the Chijik platform to watch us. So we get more viewership here, even if it's a day later, even if it's via replays, we do get more eyes on us here with a replay cast instead of live casting, which is the unfortunate reality. So it's a little bit smudged, a little bit of a feels bad, man, in the sense that, you know, well, we could cast a live, but it's not really worth it. So with that, we are going to be live with these matches tomorrow. Tomorrow, in less than 24 hours, we'll be live with day one of the playoffs. Day one of the playoffs, and again, we got a lot of matches here, a lot of matches in said playoffs, working into the grand finals, multiple days, as we mentioned, a full week of Team League content of the Crank Gathers Season 2 tournament. Oh boy. Let's go. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. A little bit of a longer broadcast here tonight with 4 hours and 20 minutes. Let's go. So thank you so much. With that, we're going to be wrapping up for the time being, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for day one of the playoffs. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, bam, you can see it here before you. Very quickly, it's just a full day of it's just a full day of Crank Team League, pappy. Here we are, Tuesday evening. We just wrapped up. You can see Wednesday evening we're gonna be live. Thursday morning we'll be live, because in the evening we have the podcast. So we're gonna be shaking up the schedule a little bit on Thursday with 2 casts. Then of course Friday and Saturday we're gonna be wrapping up the tournaments. Gonna be wrapping up the Crank Gathers Season 2. Gathers Team Season 2, and of course we have Tuning Cup on Sunday. So again, we have our schedule. It's a little bit leaner in a sense. We do have our mornings free somewhat, but that's for good reason. It's my birthday today. It's 1 a.m. here on the 29th of October. So normally we do cast Pegasus Cup. Pegasus Cup is going to be in a couple of hours, but gonna be spending some time with the family, gonna head out and gonna spend some time with the family instead. So alas, we'll not be able to cast Pegasus Cup. We'll be enjoying said birthday. So that's the plan, that's the goal at least. I might stream tomorrow. I don't have a lot of time though. Like, I gotta spend some time with the bunnies, gotta go out with the family. We got casting to do in the evening. I might have like a small cheeky birthday stream. We'll see. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Happy birthday, thank you. I share there's so many people in StarCraft with the same birthday. I believe I share my birthday with MMA. I know MMA, the Korean Terran player, he also has the 29th, and I think Loco as well. I think Loco is also on the 29th, and there might be another, but everyone's born on the same day. It's like but thank you, Poppy, thank you. Do appreciate it. Gonna head off, gonna get some rest, and get ready for tomorrow. So yeah, thanks for watching. And again, I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. Very tentative on that one. If you're curious, !light in the chat. I do not stream on this channel. Whenever I stream on my whenever I have a personal stream, usually it's over on twitch.tv /light_VIP. We do kind of leave the Cranky Ducklings just for casting, just for StarCraft. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Yeah, papi, yeah.